This is your World War III update. In today's video, I'm going to be addressing criticisms made against my contention that the New Jersey drone phenomena is most plausibly explained as nuclear sniffing drones seeking out some sort of domestic terroristic threat. I have more evidence towards that end to present to you today, and I also plan on debunking the influencers, charlatans, and so-called debunkers who claim that this is not a plausible hypothesis. Now, before we go there, I want to say that you're probably already aware that a Russian nuclear general, in fact, the head of Russia's nuclear forces, the guy that oversees their civil defense protection infrastructure as it pertains to biological and nuclear threats, has indeed been assassinated. They've caught the perpetrator, who is in Russian custody. NATO, the Pentagon, have not condemned it. The Russians are attributing blame to NATO, who of course enables Ukraine to do these sorts of things. Ukraine has taken responsibility for it. The SBU has not denied culpability. So we know that indeed NATO, by proxy, has assassinated another member of Russia's strategic forces. Add this to the long list of attritional events that have taken many Russian assets, be they submarines, nuclear radars, nuclear bombers, Russian scientists, the list goes on and on. How much more strategic forbearance are the Russians going to demonstrate? Nobody knows. But we do know that the Russian doomsday station, as it's colloquially referred, is broadcasting some rather ominous messages, and we're going to talk about that today. It was just been brought to my attention that Pierre Poilievre is also encouraging the Israelis to strike Iranian nuclear facilities, so I would not be surprised if we don't see that in the distant future as well. Sergei Ryabkov, Russia's foreign minister, has issued some more nuclear threats. At this point in time, nuclear threats from anybody within the Russian government, Vladimir Putin included, are not going to be taken seriously until the Russians actually act on them in some sort of meaningful way. But the Pentagon has said that they have credible intelligence to suggest that the Russians will indeed be launching another intermediate range ballistic Orezhnik missile in the not so distant future. And it appears as though the airspace over that particular region, Kapustin, I believe it is, has been shut down as well. So we very well could, by the time this video is over, see another demonstration of that capability. Now, it should be understood that modern systems, like those on drones or specialized aircraft, use highly sensitive detectors combined with artificial intelligence to analyze patterns and identify isotopic fingerprints of nuclear materials. These systems can sometimes detect isotopes like uranium or plutonium over large distances when particles are dispersed in the air. Yes, indeed, the technology does exist to detect nuclear materials and nuclear weapons from the air. The capabilities are going to vary, and that's going to, it's going to depend on the type of deployment system. So in the case of drones, can drones detect nuclear radiation from the sky? Yes, it depends on how high they are. It depends on what they're looking for. But before we get into the technical details of exactly what is and isn't possible, understand that there are individuals on this platform who are cheerleaders for the Ukrainians. Quite frankly, I'm impartial to the issue. I always, I question the Russian motives. I question the Ukrainian motives. I just want the war to stop. I don't want nuclear war to happen. But these guys have a vested interest in downplaying the nuclear threat. In fact, there was a video released yesterday of one of these very fringe Ukrainian elements who are saying that a nuclear war would in fact benefit them. And in fact, this is the mentality in many parts of Ukraine, where they believe that they not only can sustain a nuclear war, that they can fight long thereafter a nuclear war is initiated. So they're claiming that they want a nuclear war to happen because this will force NATO's hand into fully entering the conflict zone. So these guys who are making these false claims that this is impossible, I'm going to provide the technical reasons as to why it absolutely is possible, but understand what their motives are. Now, Joe Rogan was one of the individuals who was central in making this claim go viral. The claim from the CEO of the company who claims to make these drones for the US government. Obviously, he knows what the drone's capabilities are, otherwise he would have made the video. Anyways, Joe Rogan circulated his video, and that went viral, and that is what a lot of people are referencing when they're talking about the prospect of these drones being used for that purpose. Of course, they want you chasing aliens and a bunch of other bullshit. This is the most plausible theory. Okay, I've been breaking it down in several videos, but it bears repeating, and I have to tease out more details for people here today. Now, I put forth my video before I ever even came across Joe Rogan and the video in question. I came to this conclusion on my own based on the information that was available at the time. I wasn't the first person to introduce the hypothesis, but I went and did some digging and it made the most sense to me. So understand that my video was not the result of the viral video that people are claiming to debunk, okay? Now, I'm going to give you a metaphor to understand the significance of this. Let's say you're a search and rescue team and you get word that somebody is lost in one of those West Coast forests with the giant trees everywhere. The likelihood of finding somebody is like finding a needle in a haystack. Are you going to call off a search and rescue mission because the likelihood of finding something is very low? Of course you're not. You're going to, I'm not sure what the time frame that they will seek somebody out is, but I presume they're going to be looking rather rigorously for weeks on end before actually giving up the search. Now imagine if the lives of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people were at stake. You are looking for some trace radiation signature amidst the backdrop of radiation, some trace prominent signature. We're not talking about something that is so like counts per minute in radiation that's so strong that it's going to give somebody radiation sickness. We're not talking about that. We're looking for perturbations. We're looking for aberrations from the background, the base rate. Okay, so you're looking for any sort of deviation from the background de facto normal amount of radiation. That's what you're seeking, very trace amounts. So if the average radiation read in that region is, I don't know, like 100 counts per minute, just hypothetically, you're looking for 200, 300. You're looking for leads. When hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake, you don't think that even though it might be futile in attempting to find something like that they're not going to do the investigation anyways? Give me a break. Now, that said, the technology absolutely exists in order to do this. The range of nuclear weapon sniffers or radiation detection devices varies depending on their design, sensitivity, and the conditions under which they are used. These devices are primarily designed to detect specific isotopes or unusual radiation signatures associated with nuclear weapons or materials. There's a few key factors that influence the range. The type of detector is going to influence the range. Gamma ray detectors like scintillators or high purity germanium detectors typically have ranges from tens of meters to a few kilometers in optimal conditions. Neutron detectors like helium-3 or boron trifluoride detectors are generally effective at shorter ranges because neurons are harder to detect and attenuate quickly in the environment. Yes, there is a thing called the inverse square law. But again, we're not looking for huge radiation spikes. You're looking for anything when it comes down to the prospect of possibly saving thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives. Now, slight tangent, I'm going to go off here. A New Jersey mayor has said that these drones are flying in grid-like patterns. You only do that if you're trying to map something out, or if you're trying to do a systematic search for something. And these drones have been reportedly flying at low altitudes within ranges which are perfectly capable of sniffing out nuclear materials. The New Jersey mayor himself said that they might be seeking out a missing radioactive device used for cancer treatment or something like that that went missing at a port near a New Jersey port. I don't believe that is the case. If that were true, the government would come out and admit it. That is not something that is going to induce a panic. That is a benign event. If that was the case, the government would come out and say, oh yeah, that's what we're looking for. In fact, it's a convenient cover story, because now when people look up, go on Google and look up nuclear drone incident, New Jersey, they're going to come across that story by that mayor who is promulgating this idea. What they want people looking for are things of that magnitude. They want people looking for aliens. Remember, Donald Trump explicitly stated that he is avoiding his Bedminster home because he's concerned about this particular issue. Some people are saying that he was being facetious. I don't think so. I think he was being, he doubled down. He said it twice. He said, I'm canceling my trip for that particular reason. And he said that he was briefed on the intelligence that everybody else was briefed on. So they know what this is. They're claiming that it is not coming from outside the country. So that only leaves one other possibility, that it is some third-party agency, likely contracted by the government, who is not the Pentagon themselves, possibly Homeland Security, some other three-letter agency that is conducting this search on the government's behalf. So semantically, then, they can claim that it's not us doing it. Plausible deniability. At the same time, they don't want to trigger a panic. Okay, that's the biggest thing. If they were to come out and say that there was a nuclear weapon missing in New Jersey, the panic, the pandemonium it would cause would be absolutely chaotic and not conducive to actually finding said device. In fact, it might actually compel whoever is attempting to perpetrate such a domestic terroristic act to act quickly. Now, carrying on, airborne sniffers can detect radioactive particles or gases over much longer distances, sometimes hundreds of kilometers downwind. Now, I presume they're talking about alpha beta particles that are radioactive that have been emitted from said device. So this one necessarily pertain to this, although those airborne sniffers can detect the gamma radiation spikes in different regions as well. People are claiming that those airborne sniffers have not been active over this region recently, but that's not to say that they weren't active prior to these drone sightings, and that wasn't the more broadband detection that prompted them to send in the drones, which I presume, and this is just a presumption, that these drones are going to be able to achieve a higher resolution of detection when it comes to these things. The broadband nuke sniffers can detect that something is in the general vicinity, and then they need to send these drones down for a closer look. Now, that's my speculation, because that's typically how these things work when it comes to searching for other things, right? Like if it comes down to like satellite imagery, for example, you can get a certain degree of resolution from satellite imagery, but if you want to get the 3D buildings and if you want to get all the nuances, you have to actually have one of those balloons, or you have to have something that is closer to the ground, like a drone mapping system, okay? Now, material shielding. If the nuclear material is heavily shielded, detection range decreases significantly because the radiation is absorbed before it escapes into the environment. Yes, it is very likely that a nuclear device or a dirty bomb material is encased in layers upon layers of shielding to prevent it from being detected. That's not the point. The simple fact that there's a possibility that they might find this thing. Maybe it's being transported from a cargo container to a truck, from a truck to a basement, to, if there's any possibility to interdict something which could potentially take the lives of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people, you don't think they're going to take that opportunity? Of course they are. So this is it's not an argument. It's not a valid argument to say that because there is a low likelihood of detection, that the government would not try to do this covertly. That's a stupid argument. And then the guy who's on Joe Rogan, who claims to be an expert also, who is saying that, is also an idiot. And so is this other influencer here on YouTube. I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to, it's not that I don't want to start a conflict. It's because I don't want people going on their channel and rallying things up, and, you know, people get aggressive and get doxxed, and I'm not trying to, I don't personally care about confronting this individual. I'll do that gladly. But in terms of, you know, sending people over there, I don't want to do that. So anyways, it absolutely is possible. It's plausible. In fact, it's the most, in my personal opinion, it's the only plausible explanation. The only other thing which I floated was one of the most likely explanations is that there's surveillance happening to a high degree and that they're trying to mask that with whatever dog and pony show they're creating right now with the alien hype and all that. Now, environmental conditions, urban settings. Yes, buildings and structures can block or scatter radiation, reducing detection range. Open environments obviously are more preferable. Detection is more straightforward over open ground or in the air. So it might be something as simple as a semi-truck is driving down the highway and it's emitting a stronger radiation signature, and that's a lead that the authorities are then going to pursue, okay? As I indicated, a New Jersey mayor, excuse me, says that the drones might be searching for missing radioactive material. I do not believe that is the case. It just would not make sense for the government to create all this hype and controversy over something that could be easily introduced to the population in such a way that it would not induce a panic. So no, I don't believe that this missing radioactive material is a result of some sort of, you know, medical device that went missing, although that is factually correct. The U.S. government corroborates that. Indeed, there is a missing nuclear medical device. I'm not sure if that could be converted into a nuclear dirty bomb of sorts. I presume that the amount of material present is going to be insufficient to do so. Federal officials have downplayed the threat that reported drones may pose, but Belleville, New Jersey Mayor Michael Melham suggested to Fox 5 New York on Tuesday that the alleged drones, which have captured national attention, could be looking for missing radioactive material. We know, he says, we have drones flying in a grid-like pattern. In my opinion, they're looking for something. What might they be looking for? We're aware of the threat that came through Port Newark. Maybe that's radioactive material. There is an alert that's out right now that radioactive material within New Jersey. So you see how this whole medical thing would be a very convenient cover story if there was actually the threat of a nuclear weapon. Again, we have, and I'm not saying it's the Ukrainians, okay? It could be anything. We got a lot of enemies, pretty much you name it, North Koreans, Chinese, and I don't think it's going to be these nation states themselves. It could be rogue elements within these nation states. It could be their proxies who are trying to antagonize and catalyze a nuclear conflict between superpowers. There are, just a wealth of different people who could potentially have motive attributed to them. So, or groups, I should say. So there's motive there, absolutely. But indeed, we don't know who it could potentially be. However, with Ukraine, there's a lot of motive and they have a lot of capability. And this individual on YouTube who was making these claims was indicating one of the debunking theories he had was that, well, this guy, this CEO of this company who made the claim that these drones were being used to search for nuclear material, he made also the claim at the beginning of that video that there were nuclear weapons that went missing during the Cold War, and he put that at the front end of his video, which was probably not the wisest thing to do, but it was probably part of the reason why it went viral. I don't know if these are Ukrainian nuclear weapons. There's certain fissile materials that could come from pretty much anywhere at this point in time. Can that be traced, and will it be traced back to the place of origin, and will that be used to incriminate, whether justly or unjustly, the nation state of origin? Absolutely, it will. But what we know is that there is a possibility there that this fissile material is out there and it can be used to make a dirty bomb or a nuclear weapon. So, with those two things, that was what the influencer was trying to debunk. And he provided a historical lesson and some arguments as to why that's likely not the case. who knows? Who really knows? I mean, we don't have that level of clearance. We should presume that because there were tens of thousands of nuclear weapons during the Cold War era, that it is not hard to believe that either one has gone missing or since that time some other nuclear weapon or dirty bomb device has been created. Okay, there's a lot of radioactive waste out there. Excuse me. So, like I said, he claims that these are flying in a grid-like pattern. Now, the alert from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NERC, that Mel M referred to was issued earlier this month and said that the material event contained a less than Cat 3 level of radioactive material, meaning that it's very unlikely to cause permanent injury to individuals, or contain a very small amount of radioactive material that would not cause any permanent injury. So again, it's not about whether this doesn't have to be a large amount of radiation. It just has to be enough that it is a prominent radioactive signature amidst the baseline. So that's what it is. Everything else I've told you about FEMA preparations for such an event, the subtle priming of the population with nuclear PSAs and campaigns about how to get ready for this very incident, poster campaigns, all sorts of public awareness campaigns, and not counting, of course, the big one, which was the government's attempts to acquire 220,000 doses from yours truly of potassium iodide. You put all these things together and it makes perfect sense that there is a very high possibility that this, in fact, is going to be one of the most likely scenarios, and that this is probably what they're looking for. Some people are saying one of the reasons why they don't think this is true is because the drones are operational at night, and if they were looking for a nuclear threat, they'd be looking for it during the day. Try again. The reason why they wouldn't do it during the day is because clearly you would see what type of drone it is, and it would then be easy to identify that drone was actually looking for radiation, because these drones have a distinct look. I mean, you might be able to make the drone in such a way that it can disguise the fact that it's looking for that, but these drones, which I've shown on the channel in that actual video, and the ones that I've researched, they have a distinct look to them, okay? It's clearly carrying payload with a bunch of sensors on it, and so you know it's looking for something. So the reason why they don't do it during the day is because then it would be obvious. They do it at night and they put the lights on so that they're in compliance with the FAA regulations, and then the government can come out and say, oh yeah, these things, just like Pat Ryder said the other day, don't worry, these drones are in compliance with FAA regulations, but we don't know what they are, right? And don't worry, it's not the Pentagon doing it. It is, I can't remember what other three-letter agencies they absolved of culpability, but they are saying that these things are up there and they're not from an external source. So then what are they? Clearly, the government knows what they are, because Trump said that he knows what they are, and he's saying that he's not traveling to that location. So you put all of this together and it's obvious. But the NAFO shills don't want you to think that, because it impacts support for their bullshit, possibly nuclear war. Up until this point, though, I mean, I gotta give him some credit. Yeah, the strategic forbearance demonstrated by Vladimir Putin and the Russians and the entire axis of resistance is laudable. I mean, these guys have had all aspects of their nuclear triad gradually eroded by NATO. Yet they have the jurisprudence of a Buddhist monk when it comes to holding NATO to account. And they just refuse. They refuse to do anything that is going to establish real deterrence. Oh, look, we launched one Orezhnik missile. Okay, that was good for a week. Too bad the very next day, NATO continues to do strikes. In fact, today, NATO did strikes on 2 Russian oblasts outside of Kursk using Storm Shadow and ATACMS missiles to attack airstrips. So, clearly, a deterrence has not been established and won't be until the Russians actually do some shit. What they're going to do, I don't know. Do I want them to do some shit? No. because that means that's going to give NATO the justification that they need to ramp up the war. That's what the Ukrainians want. That's what the war hawks within NATO absolutely want. They are frothing at the mouth for Vladimir Putin to make the call. Vladimir Putin doesn't want to do that because he thinks, naively, and I don't actually think he believes this, and the Russians, in fact, Lavrov, Putin, all of them are on record as saying they don't think Trump's going to change a damn thing. He's going to go there for a photo op. He's going to shake Putin's hand. He's going to come back home to Washington, and nothing's going to change. Just like what happened with the North Korean situation. Went over there. It was a big photo op. Everybody thought this was the beginning of a new rapprochement. What happened? Absolutely nothing. In fact, the complete opposite happened. After that, North Korea fired off more tests of ballistic missiles than ever before in history, the year afterwards. And they started stockpiling nuclear weapons at a breakneck pace. They are now a full-on nuclear power. So yeah, Trump's not going to change a damn thing. The Russians know it, but they're playing along. I don't know what it's going to take to really truly cross that red line, but every red line has been crossed. Every single possible. Could you imagine if the head of U.S. Stratcom was assassinated by Russia and they started blowing up our stealth bombers and they started to take out our nuclear radars and they started to kill our nuclear scientists? Could you imagine? I mean, any one of those things would have elicited a massive unhinged response. Medvedev, in a typical fashion, in a typical hollow threat, has threatened the NATO leadership. Medvedev called for the destruction of those who ordered the murder of General Krylov. I don't believe that the assassination of General Krylov is due with his knowledge of bioweapons programs that were established in Ukraine, according to him, that there were illegal biolabs operating in Ukraine. And people are saying that this is the reason why the Ukrainians took him out. I don't believe that is the case, because that information, whatever information was in his head, we can presume is somewhere else inside Russia and will be carried on by anybody who inherits the position. So I don't believe it was that. This was a clear provocation, an attempt to try to get the Russians to do something rash. Deputy Chairman of the Russian Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, called for the elimination of those who ordered the murder of the head of the NBC protection troops. That, of course, is the SBU. They don't deny it. On Ukrainska Pravda, they take credit for it. So that presumes that the SBU, who ostensibly is at the behest of Zelensky, who's at the behest of NATO, clearly as a vassal state, as a protectorate, NATO is the ones who's responsible for this. So this is leading people to believe that Dmitry Medvedev is calling for the assassination of NATO officials, which is possible. I mean, we're really almost there. We really are almost there. Now, the Doomsday radio station, also known as the Zazulka, has been broadcasting since the 1970s, has been transmitting only buzz at a frequency of 4625 kilohertz. The last time the broadcast was interrupted was for words by words for several days at the beginning of the special military operation, which of course would have been at a time when Russian strategic forces were at their highest level of alert. They think that this frequency is broadcasting Russia's strategic command codes, and that messages that come across this frequency are some sort of cryptic messaging related to impending doomsday. It's also the one, I believe, which is attributed to the doomsday, what is it called? The dead hand system, that thing that needs to be pinged every so often. And if it isn't, that means that the Russian leadership has been wiped out and it launches all the missiles. It's called the dead hand system. I'm not sure if it's still operational. Many people still believe it is. The usually silent doomsday radio station associated with the Russian army suddenly became active, broadcasting a record number of words and songs, including the track Shaman and Swan Lake. December 11th, 2024, Zazulka broadcasts 24 messages per day, and it broadcasts all these obscure words and meaningless, or presumably meaningless garble to anybody who can't decrypt it. Hun-Hun's ABC, Your Mother, etc. became the most verbose program in history. And on December 17th, she played Shaman's track, I'm Russian. and then I believe it played the Russian national anthem last night. Then the symbols on the screen demonstrating the frequencies formed into an image of an animal and then into the word grommel. What does the word grommel mean? Is that biblical? Is that some reference to the Lord of the Rings or something? I don't know. The broadcast said that this is grommel. Then the radio station broadcast a composition from Swan Lake and then the Union Anthem. In Z channels, they write that music over the radio station is often played by radio amateurs for fun, and this is quite easy to do. The transmission of the words is not explained there. However, this has not happened, allegedly, for some time, since the beginning of the conflict in Russia. And of course, it would be illegal to do this, to broadcast on that frequency, and I presume they would be able to triangulate the location of the person doing it, as is the case with ham radio frequencies, so that would discourage people from wanting to do that for fear of reprisal. Since the launch of buzzer in the 1970s, it has been shrouded in versions and myths. It is often called one of the elements of the Russian perimeter system. That's what it's called, the dead hand perimeter system, a complex for automated launch of nuclear weapons in the event of war. According to one version, if the buzzer's signal is interrupted, perimeter will launch a retaliatory nuclear strike against the intended enemy. That's why it's called the Doomsday Radio Station. According to other assumptions, the radio station broadcasts secret messages, including in order to confirm the readiness of operators at receiving stations. So it is very likely that this might have something to do with a impending Orezhnik launch. The Pentagon claims that they know this is coming. The Russians have been notifying the Pentagon 24 hours in advance of any sort of tests or firing of ICBM. So despite the fact that there are no actively enforced nuclear treaties, the Russians and the Americans are still informing each other only 24 hours in advance, however, of these potential threats. Now, in the case of taking out the Ukrainian leadership with one of these Orezhnik missiles, you could only really do it if you didn't give forewarning. So we may be entering a point, and I'm pretty sure that the U.S. leadership is not going to launch on warning like they say they're going to do, something that is embedded in their nuclear doctrine, which affords them the ability to launch if they believe that a nuclear strike is imminent, not if they, in fact, I think the revised nuclear doctrine allows for a preemptive strike, so they don't even have to believe that a strike is impending. They can launch because they don't like the color of Vladimir Putin's shoes that day, if they so choose. Sergei Ryabkov, the deputy foreign minister of Russia, stated that due to the increasingly reckless actions of the West, tangible risks are being created that the situation will move to a state where the use of nuclear weapons may become a practice. He used the term a practice, okay? The normalization of the low-yield tactical nuclear weapons we will see in our lifetime. You know that movie Starship Troopers? Go and watch that movie again. That and Demolition Man, some combination of the two is the perfect, is the most prescient films of the 90s. Go and watch those videos again. They use the low-yield tactical nuclear weapons. When he talks about becoming a practice, he means it. Means it's going to become commonplace. And once that seal is broken, then the sky is the limit for mutually assured destruction. You know, I take issue, sidebar here, and I think I'm going to have to do some kind of, I don't know what you call it, an expose or just some sort of critical video dedicated toward Annie Jacobsen's new book, Nuclear War. This has to be the most demoralizing, fatalistic read ever when it comes to emergency preparedness for nuclear activities. She just outright thinks you shouldn't prepare for it because everybody is going to die, even though trillions of dollars. In fact, she was commenting, she had tweeted about a Ron video, Atlas Survival Shelters. You guys know who he is, needs no introduction on this channel, a friend of the channel. He is the, world's foremost private contracted doomsday bunker guy. Militaries of the world contract him for various advice or consultations related to building bunkers. And she was sharing one of his videos, and she said that, I can't remember what it is, something to the effect of, bunkers are completely meaningless with respect to nuclear conflict, because after that first nuke is fired, all the nukes are going to get fired, and the whole bullshit nuclear winter hypothesis, which we've debunked on the channel thoroughly in a dedicated video on this channel before. But she is making the claim that all the bunkers that have ever been built in the history of governments, I'm sure totaling in the trillions of dollars, all the civil defense infrastructure that has been created for the prospect of a nuclear conflict is all for naught, and it's all just stupid, okay? All I can say to that is, you know what, I am going to do a dedicated video on that particular issue, because as much as she's bringing awareness to these particular issues, as we've stated in the past, this actually works, and this is actually a national security threat. When you have somebody running around discouraging preparedness, even though in China, in Russia, in North Korea, and Iran, they have a culture of preparedness. They believe that nuclear war is survivable, despite what Vladimir Putin might say. Officially, the actual Russian military strategy is to survive and win a nuclear war. And in fact, our leaders believe that they can win a nuclear war. So Annie Jacobsen, despite providing a lot of the nuance to how nuclear weapons work, what our missile defense capabilities are, how that whole thing might look, what a mutually assured destruction scenario might look like, barring the nuclear winter phenomena, which is simply that, just theoretical. It's not proven. And especially now that there's far more limited and targeted nuclear weapons, the idea that there will be a nuclear winter has been drastically diminished by virtue of the enhancements in the technology alone. So no, Annie Jacobsen is wrong. Nuclear war is absolutely survivable, okay? I used to believe that also, but if our adversaries don't believe that, and we do, and they're spending billions outfitting their critical infrastructure for that very thing, you know, you have to ask yourself, clearly our government does not care about us. And that's one thing about authoritarian leaders. I'm not sure if there's a quote about this, but they may not care about individuals more than we do, but they care about the collective. Okay, they care about their country. I believe that Vladimir Putin does, in fact, love his country. Kim Jong-un loves his country. Xi Jinping loves his country. Pezeshkian, the Iranian leader, he loves his country. And they're willing to sacrifice. It's true, the Russians are willing to sacrifice a lot more people than we are, okay? But at the end of the day, they want their country to prevail, which is why they invest in these more collectivist civil defense infrastructure projects, of which there is nothing in the United States. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Maybe during the Cold War there was stuff, but nowadays it's negligible. Okay, they're there for continuity of government purposes, and that only. They don't give a shit what happens to me and you. And that is just a fact, Jack. Mark Rutte has announced the launch of the NATO command in Ukraine. Secretary General Mark Rutte announced the start of the work of the Alliance Command to coordinate arms supplies to Ukraine in wise band. Look, anybody who thinks that this war is about to de-escalate, you're in for a rude awakening. They're sending more money. Zelensky is now going to appeal for NATO troops to be taken in. All of this talk about rapprochement, peace talks with Putin and Trump, it's all theater. All theater. Mark my words. When we are here next year at this period of time, let's hope that the lights are still on at that time and we are closer, not further. Just remember who warned you. Okay? So keep on prepping, my friends. But I will say, 'tis the season, and yeah, we do like to have fun on this channel as well. If you want to see some of the crew and behind the scenes and you want to have a few laughs, go and watch our Christmas special. I should have called it a prepping carol, but I called it a very merry doomsday Christmas. It is a play on the Charles Dickens Ebenezer Scrooge story, and I'm sure you guys will enjoy it. Just kick back and, you know, we make fun of ourselves. We make fun of everybody. Everybody gets roasted in that video, and it's all good fun because we're all in this together. At the end of the day, we're all in this together. So just keep that in mind. Even, you know, you trolls out there, you know, we're all in this together, man. So I wish you the best. I do wish you the best. So you guys just take care of yourself and do yourself a favor. Kick back, Bring the family together. Well, maybe not. There's some PG-13 parts to the video, but more or less nothing they won't be exposed to when you leave them to their devices. Go and check it out, guys. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Blah, blah, blah.
The United States of America recently announced they would send 90 of the Stryker infantry carriers to Ukraine, and that's no small amount. It's enough for basically a whole battalion of 1,000 troops. I was deployed as a U.S. Army infantryman to Iraq in a Stryker brigade combat team, so I actually have some first-hand knowledge and experience with its tactics and capabilities, logistics concerns, training, and of course many of its controversial weaknesses that we're going to get into. For once, I'm actually qualified to speak on something. I think there are two possible effective ways the vehicle could be utilized in either an upcoming
on the front line through the battles and the pains, with a camera in the fray and the world on our screens. We're the voice of the silence, the witness of the scenes. Headlines flashing bright from the shadows, we arise with the truth in our hands under perilous skies. Every story told is a battle we fight. Through the darkness and the fear, we bring the light. In the chaos, in the flames, we'll stand tall, with the courage to reveal through the rise and the fall. From the embers of the war to the echoes of the call, we're the eyes of the world and we'll never stall. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will find. From the ruins and the wreckage, every story's told. Through the tears and the heartbreak, the bravery unfolds. In the darkest hours, when the world's torn apart, KLW brings the stories straight from the heart. With the cameras rolling through the wreckage and the pain, we capture the reality while the world remains. Every angle, every moment in the line of fire, we're the pulse of the battlefield, never to tire. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will fight. fight. KLW, we're the warriors on the front lines. Through the blood and the fire, we'll define the times. In the heat of the battle, where the truth aligns, we're the voice of the war and the world will fight. Through the smoke and the ruins, we'll pierce the veil. With every breath we take and every tale, we're the heartbeat of the conflict in the shadowed frail. With KLW's vision, the truth won't fail. Stand firm, we're the beacon in the fray.
Myself and many others are working very diligently to bring you as much accurate news as we can. Just want to first programming note here, tonight's broadcast, news broadcast, will be for members only. We have told the public this repeatedly. As we get closer to the 0 hour, we are going to be doing private streams, and tonight will be the first of those private streams. Now, for some period of time, we've been talking about what's going on with Russian forces moving over towards the Baltic. We're going to show you a little bit of that. We're also going to be talking about tonight the drones over New Jersey. We're going to be talking about some special aircraft that were over Washington, D.C. and why. We're going to be talking about the nuclear material that is missing out of New Jersey. I have a report on that that has not been made public. So, looks like somebody lost audio. Does anybody still have audio? If you still have audio, put yes in the chat. This should be low latency. Okay, you guys, tell them to refresh in the chat there. Thank you. So, this is one of the air bases that we have been showing you. This is the one with the fighters on it. Steve has been working diligently on this for us, and as soon as he gets that done, we will be flying this. I have been sending Steve information regularly. In fact, overwhelming amounts of information I have been sending to him, because he's putting together all of these air bases for us with all of the fighter jets, the bombers, and so on and so forth. So we know about this base down here to the south. This is just to the east of Finland, about 100 miles from the border. Won't take long for Russian fighters to get into Finland. It is northeast of St. Petersburg. So we know about this air base. We've talked about this air base. Steve is currently working on this air base. To be a member, a basic member, you can go to buymeacoffee.com/KLW News and sign up there. You will want to do that now, so as that when we send out the notification, we're going to be sending out the notification 2 hours early tonight to make sure that everybody has the notification. And again, we're going to be talking about drones over New Jersey. We're going to be talking about the missing nuclear material, and we're going to be talking about some special flights that are taking place in Washington, D.C. In addition to, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of something we've got for you tonight that Steve and I worked on till the wee hours of the morning this morning. So we have shown you in the past this air base right here that Steve has already done for us. We can fly this air base. We can show you all of the supersonic bombers that are there. So, because they got so many of them, is why they got them sitting there. Cotton. All of the bunkers are full. All of the revetments are full. So Steve's been working diligently on this. We flew this before. We will fly this again tonight. Steve and I have been working to get all of the different types of aircraft to be able to inject them into the 3D models for you so we can fly through. So this is another air base. Now just southwest of this, southwest of this is another air base, and Steve and I just loaded this one last night. The interesting part about this base is in our latest satellite imagery, it's got a lot of cloud cover, so it doesn't do you guys much good to look at it that way. And by the way, this imagery is from December of 2024. That's now. So this is the air base. And at this air base, there is a collection of aircraft here. So we have MiG-31s and Su-24s. We're going to show you both of those here at this base. So these are the Su-24s, and we're going to see the MiG-31s here in just a minute. So I'm actually in one of the airplane hangars that is actually a bunker, and we're going to ease up out of here, and we're going to show you what Steve and I have been working on with all of these different types of aircraft at this airfield. Now this airfield here is full of aircraft, and we're going to get all of the satellite imagery and load in all the aircraft, all of the vehicles, everything that is at this. And then tonight we're going to go into some information in regards to the attack on October the 7th. And if you know anything about that, well, we're going to show you some things that might surprise you. You'll actually see them as we work our way up through. So this is the bomber end. This is the attack, ground attack end of this. These are two-seat aircraft. There's a pilot and a bombardier for ground attack with these, and there is a lot of stuff taking place at this airfield. Sorry folks, I gotta adjust my pedals here. So let me ease up through here so you can see it's not a small place here, and we're going to make our way around it and show you as much of it as we can here. So again, Su-27s stacked up here. More Su-27s. More hangars over there. But we're not done down here yet. These are MiG-31s, excuse me. Here's another Su-27. Another Su-27. Again, there's tons of these aircraft, folks. And if you see aircraft that are setting in the middle of the taxiway, like the one that you see right here in front of us, the reason that aircraft is there is because when the satellite flew over and took a photograph of it, that's where it was. So in some of our imagery, because of the amount of activity that they've got at these bases, there are aircraft with the that are setting in the middle of the runway, like you're seeing right here. So these are the Su-27s. Show you all of this here as we go around the base. And aircraft sitting on a taxiway like that, or It happens all the time, even at U.S. military bases. There's military bases around the world that hopefully, here we go. All right, folks, there is a lot going on in the world today. Myself and many others are working very diligently to bring you as much accurate news as we can. Just want to first programming note here, tonight's broadcast, news broadcast, will be for members only. We have told the public this repeatedly. As we get closer to the 0 hour, we are going to be doing private streams, and tonight will be the first of those private streams. Now, for some period of time, we've been talking about what's going on with Russian forces moving over towards the Baltic. We're going to show you a little bit of that. We're also going to be talking about tonight the drones over New Jersey. We're going to be talking about some special aircraft that were over Washington, D.C. and why. We're going to be talking about the nuclear material that is missing out of New Jersey. I have a report on that that has not been made public. So, looks like somebody lost audio. Does anybody still have audio? If you still have audio, put yes in the chat. This should be low latency. Okay, you guys, tell them to refresh in the chat there. Thank you. So, this is one of the air bases that we have been showing you. This is the one with the fighters on it. Steve has been working diligently on this for us, and as soon as he gets that done, we will be flying this. I have been sending Steve information regularly. In fact, overwhelming amounts of information I have been sending to him because he's putting together all of these air bases for us with all of the fighter jets, the bombers, and so on and so forth. So we know about this base down here to the south. This is just to the east of Finland, about 100 miles from the border. Won't take long for Russian fighters to get into Finland. It is northeast of St. Petersburg. So we know about this air base. We've talked about this air base. Steve is currently working on this air base. To be a member, a basic member, you can go to buymeacoffee.com/KLW News and sign up there. You will want to do that now so as that when we send out the notification, we're going to be sending out the notification 2 hours early tonight to make sure that everybody has the notification. And again, we're going to be talking about drones over New Jersey. We're going to be talking about the missing nuclear material, and we're going to be talking about some special flights that are taking place in Washington, D.C. In addition to, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of something we've got for you tonight that Steve and I worked on till the wee hours of the morning this morning. So we have shown you in the past this air base right here that Steve has already done for us. We can fly this air base. We can show you all of the supersonic bombers that are there. So, because they got so many of them, is why they got them sitting there, Cotton. All of the bunkers are full. All of the revetments are full. So Steve's been working diligently on this. We flew this before. We will fly this again tonight. Steve and I have been working to get all of the different types of aircraft to be able to inject them into the 3D models for you so we can fly through. So this is another air base. Now, just Southwest of this, southwest of this, is another air base, and Steve and I just loaded this one last night. The interesting part about this base is in our latest satellite imagery, it's got a lot of cloud cover, so it doesn't do you guys much good to look at it that way. And by the way, this imagery is from December of 2024. That's now. So this is the air base. And at this air base, there is a collection of aircraft here. So we have MiG-31s and Su-24s. And we're going to show you both of those here at this base. So these are the Su-24s, and we're going to see the MiG-31s here in just a minute. So I'm actually in one of the airplane hangars that is actually a bunker, and we're going to ease up out of here, and we're going to show you what Steve and I have been working on with all of these different types of aircraft at this airfield. Now this airfield here is full of aircraft, and we're going to get all of the satellite imagery and load in all the aircraft, all of the vehicles, everything that is at this. And then tonight we're going to go into some information in regards to the attack on October the 7th. And if you know anything about that, well, we're going to show you some things that might surprise you. You'll actually see them as we work our way up through. So this is the bomber end. This is the attack, ground attack end of this. These are two-seat aircraft. There's a pilot and a bombardier for ground attack with these, and there is a lot of stuff taking place at this airfield. Sorry folks, I gotta adjust my pedals here. So let me ease up through here so you can see it's not a small place here, and we're going to make our way around it and show you as much of it as we can here. So again, Su-27s stacked up here. More Su-27s. More hangars over there. But we're not done down here yet. These are MiG-31s, excuse me. Here's another Su-27. Another Su-27. Again, there's tons of these aircraft, folks. And if you see aircraft that are setting in the middle of the taxiway, like the one that you see right here in front of us, the reason that aircraft is there is because when the satellite flew over and took a photograph of it, that's where it was. So in some of our imagery, because of the amount of activity that they've got at these bases, there are aircraft with the that are setting in the middle of the runway, like you're seeing right here. So these are the Su-27s. We're going to show you all of this here as we go around the base. And aircraft sitting on a taxiway like that, or it happens all the time, even at U.S. military bases. There's military bases around the world that their aircraft are sitting out on the side of the runway like that. So this is an Mi-8 up here on the left. And they are continually moving equipment into this facility here. Also, lots of trucks are being moved into here, and another facility. We're going to show you that tonight on tonight's news broadcast. But as you can see, they're starting to stack up the trucks in the motor pool here. And lots of fuel storage at this base, I have noticed. Not just one location, they have multiple fuel storage locations. They do that so as that if a location is hit, that it won't take out all of their fuel. Again, these are Su-27s as we're making our way up through here. There are over 75 attack aircraft at the other airfield that we were talking about. Now we're getting back up here to our MiG-31s. Now, there's an Mi-8 on the left, but I want you to pay attention to these. That reminds you of anything? We're going to talk about that tonight. That should strike a chord with some of you. So as soon as I get a clear satellite image, I'm hoping I'm going to have that here in the next day or so, we're going to upgrade this map with all of the new aircraft that are being moved in. Yeah, it's over here. This is the other motor pool I want to take you to. And they're stockpiling this place, folks. Not far from Finland at all. In fact, lots of bases over here are being stockpiled with equipment. Again, more fuel. They've got multiple locations on this base, and I'm not talking about 2 or 3, it's probably closer to 5 different places that they are stockpiling fuel at this base. Again, lots of MiG-31s here. And the crazy part about it is this isn't all of them. Now, they are prepared for an assault because they are putting air defense systems up in the area. The other thing that they're doing that I'm going to show you down here is a truck along the side of the runway, which was a good find for us. We didn't know they had one here. So here is the regular, I guess what you would call FBO, the field base operator. They've got their weather station here, they've got command and control in here, communications tower, so on and so forth. So this is their TOC, Theater Operations Command and FBO, both in the same building here. Like, okay, Lee, that's great, but this was the lucky find right down here. And I didn't even know this was here until early this morning. What you're about to see is the latest and greatest in Russian electronic warfare equipment. This is a highly sophisticated truck, and it's a two-part deal. So the way they've done this is they have a separate antenna out here. Now this antenna is a TDOA antenna. It's the exact same way that we track down violators on our frequencies on the KLW World News Network. So you see the antennas going all the way around. So what this does is it measures the time difference between the signal hitting one antenna and hitting the other antennas. So whichever antenna the signal hits first, well, that's the antenna. That antenna is closest to the transmitter. See that? And this is a highly sophisticated one. You can see that it's got more than 5 antennas. In fact, it's got 8 antennas on it. So that will give you an exact bearing to the target from that antenna. Then that antenna is tied into this vehicle over here. Well, guess what? This vehicle has that same antenna as well. Now, there should be 2 things noted here. The height of that antenna and the height of this antenna are not the same. The purpose in that is to be able to determine the elevation of the incoming radio signal. So this antenna can give you the 360-degree direction finding capability, just like the other antenna can down there. And when you tie these 2 antennas together, they will give you an exact distance, bearing, and altitude to the transmitter. This lower antenna down here is a special military, what's called discone antenna. And so this system right here will detect, what they do is the discone antenna they use for a spectrum analyzer to look for any and all frequencies in the area. Any new frequency is then fed to the TDOA system that gives an exact distance, bearing, and altitude to the target, whatever is broadcasting. And then they have got yet another system here that we want to show you. This is their long-range radar that they have installed at the facility here. You can see how large those radar arrays are right there. And this gives them distance and bearing and altitude to any aircraft coming into the area. This unit back here on the back rocks up and down and gives them the elevation, and this bigger antenna here gives them direction, and then all of the discones over here are just for monitoring any frequencies that anybody broadcasts on. But wait, there's more. There is another radar site, if I can remember where it is. Gee, I wonder if that's, sure looks like it. So, when we come down here, now, this does not look like this to them. There is another radar site here. In addition to these bunkers, I'll have to go find it. Maybe I'll be able to show it to you tonight. I don't remember where it is right now. It's a big place. But here is another set of bunkers here at this facility, and we're going to check to see if these are loaded up. It's pretty much safe to assume that if there are jets setting out in front of bunkers, It's because the bunkers already have aircraft in them. So let me see if I can find, I know it's here somewhere. There is another radar site here. Somewheres. If you guys will give me a second, I'll check the chat here, but I want to try to find that other radar site, because there are 2 radar sites. There's a small tactical radar unit, and then there's the larger radar unit. There's another MI-8 right there. Oh, nope, that's an MI-27. Not an MI-8. My bust. Come around here, buddy. Yeah, that's it. Excuse me, an MI-17. It's not an MI-8. Yep, MI-17. So there's the long-range radar. Oh, there it is. That's the tactical radar right there. Right there. I knew it was here somewhere. So they've set this facility up here with weather radar, which is here on the left, and then targeting tracking radar there on the right. So they've got pretty much everything all right here in one spot, with the other radar right over there. So and lots of trucks. Now we could fly up here. I'm just crashing here real quick so I can get you guys back up. Yeah, we're going to get into all of that. We're going to do that tonight. We're not going to talk about that publicly. That's going to be between members and members only. They put dirt over top of the roof there, J Club. They cover it with dirt and then let grass grow on top of it. They think it makes it easier to hide them from satellite imagery. And so we're going to cover all this tonight. If you're not a member, it's easy. You can go to buymeacoffee.com/KLW News. The link is pinned to the top already by Racer. So go there and get signed up. Yeah, so if you think this is a big facility, now what we're going to do is, the other one is northeast of here, and it's a good ways. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to fly there because it'll take about 5 minutes. I can load out and reload back in faster than I can fly there, because I'm not here to waste your time. I'm here to give you the news and show you what's going on. I'm going to show you some of Steve's handiwork here. So if we leave this airfield here, there's KTOC. And we come up to this airfield here. This is where all of the bombers are. Make this July so you can see it better. So we're going to load in up there and fly that. So again, there's a lot going on right now, folks. That's why I haven't been in the War Watches, and I haven't been into the some other programs, and I haven't been doing that many private streams, because we wanted to get people to move over to locals. But this is too important, and locals has been pushed back until Thursday. So this is Steve's handiwork.
Approach Alpha Romeo Mike Yankee is type 2 miles south of Uniform
So Steve
Oscar
built
Lima
all this
Echo,
for us here.
2,200 feet. Request flight following.
And so we've got our Bear bombers in here.
Mike Yankee approach. Squawk 2535.
Yeah, this blue thing is a DRASH, a
Squawk
deployable rapid
2535
assembly
Romeo Mike
shelter.
Yankee.
Romeo Mike Yankee radar contact 1
We've
mile
got-
southwest of Uniform Oscar Lima Echo 800 feet. Altimeter 29.92.
It's the IL-76 troop transporter,
Romeo, Mike
equipment
Yankee.
transport, and they are flying in and out of here regularly. This is a SAR bomb. What the big bomb is right there. More supersonic bombers. Now, the interesting part about this is some of these bombers that you'll see, they have a white belly like this one. Not all of them, but some of them. If they're gray and they have a white belly, that's because they are the marine variant. They are designed for ship attack. And that's an MI-8, not an MI-27. Another military truck there. Pirouettes down the runway, taxiway. Now you'll see this dip right here. Folks, that's the way it is. This airfield has this dip that you're seeing right here. They use it to their advantage because the aircraft are kind of pointed downhill, so when they're rolling out of here, they've already got a little bit of downward motion to them when they release the brakes. Continue on down through here, we have another supersonic bomber, but notice this one doesn't have the white belly. That's because it's for ground targets, not marine targets. Keep that in mind. It's gray with a white belly. It's for attacking ships. So here we have an MI-8, and here we have an MI-17, and here we have another MI-8. Down here we have Antonov troop transports and cargo transports, very similar to, say, a C-130. We have more Bear bombers. And more supersonic marine aircraft under the Bear bomber. Now, if you didn't think this was enough bombers, well, guess again. Because this place is stacked full of them. So this is attack bomber. This is another attack bomber. So the Marine attack bombers are out there, and the regular bombers are back here. The ones with the white belly is the M variant, like these right here. Yeah, you're going to get a lot more info since you're a bronze there, Jack. And so these berms that you're seeing right here, these are called revetments. This is so that an aircraft can be down in here and it can be hit by a bomb and the bomb blast won't hit the other aircraft. So that's what revetments are for. So you can park the aircraft. So again, we are not doing a regular news broadcast tonight. Tonight's news broadcast will be private because of the things that are taking place in New Jersey, in Washington, D.C., over in the Baltics. There's some also things going on in Belarus. We're going to talk about that tonight too. It's going to be pretty much a question and answer session. I'm going to tell you what we know and what we can prove, and then after I do that, also, if Steve has the other file ready and we've got it loaded by then, we will show you the other air base with all of the fighters on it. And we're going to continue to work on these air bases. We're also doing air bases in Ukraine. We're going to be hopefully loading more of those tonight. I think we've got about 15 of those, but look at all these bombers in here, folks. Do you think they're moving these over here for the hell of it? You got to look at it. 2 years ago, this place was a freaking ghost town. And now it's full of supersonic bombers. Yeah. Let's go up. There's more fuel. Have to model that, Steve. Get those fuel tanks there. There's fuel tanks right there in the woods. So like I said, they've got fuel stashed all over the place. Yeah, there's the semi-trucks are still on the border, and the thing about the semi-trucks is there's more of them. So we're going to be covering that tonight. And then there's bunkers over here. I'll have to go check and see if they're in this model yet. But so you guys understand what we're doing. We're taking real satellite imagery. And then when we take that real satellite imagery, we are taking the 3D model that Microsoft offers and others offer, and then we are modeling what's really there as opposed to what Microsoft wants to say is there. And then in addition to modeling, we are also putting in every type of aircraft that the Russians have there. There's even more trucks. We're putting in every type of vehicle, every type of aircraft, the fuel storage, the bunkers, the revetments. It's like KTOC up there. I'm sure this looks a little different to you than it does me.
Game over.
There he is. How are you, sir? Let's go down this way. Also, we have more KLW World News aircraft being made. We're going to have some of these 530s made with the KLW World News logos, so when we fly around. I've also requested 2 more Huey helicopters be done for the U.S. Air Force, 1st Air Force out of Andrews Air Force Base. They're going to be working on those for us. So there is a lot going on. Steve has built us an airport out in Arizona near Tucson. So yeah, it's getting busy, folks. Getting real busy. All right, let me land this thing here real quick. There we go. No, the satellite imagery is from December. This month. Just days old. It is December. Satellite imagery is from December. In fact, just days ago. right there, December 2024. So we're going to, and all of our imagery, the oldest imagery that we have right now is 4 months old. And it's on a facility that's got missiles and shit. So we track this every day. Every time we get new imagery, we go and we compare it to the imagery that we had previously. And then we also have access to a lot of imagery that's not available to the public. So anyway, if you want to see the rest of it, join us tonight. We will be doing our regular news broadcast, but it will be again for members and members only. Coming up here in 3 hours, I will be sending out the notification to make sure that everybody gets it in advance. So members, save your questions till then. We're also going to be talking about the KLW World News Global Radio Network and what's going on with that. We've got some advancements coming up with that. So I want to thank Steve for his work, Racer for all his work, Intel and all the rest of you who are getting us Intel. So thank you very much for that. Also all of the members, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here doing this. So greatly appreciate that as well. And we will be seeing everybody at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, 7 Mountain, 6 Pacific. You guys have a great day. Stay safe. And we will see you all tonight.
That's all, folks.
tracker, which I believe is beginning to allow me to get close to track where the drones are via publicly available data. And there's a lot of it. If anyone has a lot more expertise with radar or the different types of radar, please comment down below. I think this could be very useful and interesting, especially if we see these same patterns in the radar, the reflectivity radar in other parts of the country. So I was inspired today by this. because I go through it day by day on this radar tracker, which I believe is beginning to allow me to get close to track where the drones are via publicly available data. And there's a lot of it. If anyone has a lot more expertise with radar or the different types of radar, please comment down below. I think this could be very useful and interesting, especially if we see these same patterns in the radar, the reflectivity radar, in other parts of the country. So I was inspired today by this post that I found on Facebook here, where this guy, apparently he knows how to use radar and uncovered an entire world for me because of that. But he posts this, and this is a few second, I think it's 3 hours long. It's a special type of radar that detects for reflectivity. So the radar comes out and looks to see if there's anything in the air that reflects back. It doesn't really shoot up because that would hit air traffic, but anything like around like the eye level or the level of the radar tower, and then a little bit up, but you get to specify the beam elevation. This is what he found. Something that looks to be a bunch of like just things appearing out of nowhere that in the ocean that are reflecting, and that all move in a coordinated pattern towards something, and then they appeared to disappear again. Perhaps they went higher in elevation. So one could say they went higher than the beam angle of the radar, and that's why they dropped off, but I'm not sure. And yes, this is about the drones. So this got me really into radar data because apparently there's a lot of it, and it's free. There's almost too much of it, and I've been playing around with this for probably like 5 hours, and I've settled on this thing called the National Reflectivity Mosaic, and I've just played around with this. I know that the drones, or the mysterious drones, allegedly fly a lot lower than aircraft, and my assumption is that the radar that's going out, Doppler radar, which is attempting to usually pick up some sort of precipitation, will detect these as well, and they'll show up as some sort of pattern. Now, I'll jump straight to... Now, first I kind of want to show you like a little bit how this works. These are all radar towers. And for example, there's a bunch of reflections here. Why are there a bunch of reflections here? It's because there's a radar tower here for some reason, and it's reflecting the literal walls of the canyon. And there are many other instances of that as well. So we can kind of see how this is working. Anything with a steep edge generally gets picked up as a reflection. Like over here. Stuff like that. If it's high enough. So I was thinking, okay, well, let's put the dates in where from when this all occurred. And from when this all occurred was nothing really in Morris County. Let's go to the 20th. Okay, there was rain that day. Nothing too much. 21st. Rain that day. 22nd. Rain that day too. And this radar isn't going to work for us if it just rains all the time. 23rd. Now we're starting to see a little bit of what I think might be something. These little pixels here. Now, I'm not a meteorologist, but I did do some studying because I was very curious, like, why are there just like random pixels? They're not like attached to some sort of cloud formation. What might that be? And also, I have a sponsor. This is One Leaf. It is an ambient light. It comes with 3 of these in the tower. You can turn them on, and then you can stack them or just distribute them or however you want. And the link to that is in the description below. An earthquake in their vicinity. Earthquakes occurred, blah blah, causing thousands of biologicals to take flight. So they do appear on radar, just as little, like, small things. Let's add some more time. Okay. We're just stepping in now, remember. We're seeing some activity. Those little blue pixels. Okay. Let's go to the 24th. It's a very odd radar reading, but I don't think that's drones. Let's go to the 25th. Keep going. There's a storm front coming in. Let's go to the 26th. A few more of these things. Little pixelated things. Nothing curious yet. 27th. So still the same. I want you to take and like look and see how usually clouds form, or how this radar picks up things. It generally picks them up, except in rare instances, kind of in clumps, because that's kind of how clouds form or precipitation occurs. But let's keep going. 28th. Okay, there's precipitation going on here. Let's see if we can move past it into the 30th. Now, I do not want to put noise in the data because there is precipitation here, but there are more and more little dots that are appearing, and a sort of, the key here is evenly distributed. Let's see if we can make it past the all that precipitation. We're at 1 in the morning on the 30th of November, and we're looking at Delaware, New Jersey, New York. Okay. There is a radar artifact. Okay, now let's, you see this distribution, right? How like these little dots don't seem to be moving around like they have any sort of like goal or something. They're just kind of loitering, and then they're creating artifacts on the radar, or interference actually. So this would be, and the same thing's happening over here in Delaware. It's kind of spreading too. Now let's go to December 1st. The night of December 1st. Okay, there's some precipitation coming in. Radar artifacts. But there's still these little pixels kind of flying around everywhere. These reflections. And then you kind of start to see them go off into the sea. You get some weird returns from them. Another artifact or interference. Another interference. And then that morning, like there's just something just hovering like right there. Or it was. And there's a lot of things hovering. And like moving around too, of course. Okay, let's go to the third. I think this was caused by like natural causes, like precipitation. I don't think these are all drones. December the 4th. Now, let's see if we can get this back in time. I do remember around this time is when this thing started to pick up. And as you can see, these areas are once again littered with these little dots. All up through here. Oh, and for the legend, this is the like the more stronger it is in the legend, I guess the harder it reflects. Sometimes things get a little big, or I'm not sure. It depends upon the physics of the radar at the time. So we got all these dots out here, and some up here too. And kind of like a few more in other places as well. Now, I'm going to keep going, but at the end I'm going to challenge this to see if there are any other instances where dot-like phenomena like this appear. Okay, it's a rainy day. Can't find anything. I don't think drones, they fly on the rainy days either anyway. The 6th. More things reflecting. There's no large clouds or source or something of the like where these things would be coming from. They're just kind of like there still. Another radar interference. And then you're starting to see some stuff happen in the ocean here. Okay, let's go to 7th. Update map. I think this is natural, and these are not all drones. But there are a lot coming from out there. There's like, the thing is, there's certain densities around here, like collections, which I feel like you would naturally see in precipitation. Still got some dots. Down to 9th. Okay, it's completely clear. Very clear night. There's absolutely no dots. And I believe there were some days like this as well. Just nothing. Okay, 9th. Not really seeing anything. 10th. It's a weather phenomenon. And we got some dots back here. Well, okay, there was a bunch of rain, and then the rain left. It looks like dots just suddenly appeared. That was actually like 5 minutes. That's like between a span of 5 minutes. Dots. Okay. 13th. This one's just covered. I'm not sure if the drones were flying this day. Looks like some of them were. Also, you can tell that whenever stuff was around here, that these dots, they tend to like Trenton, which I heard was a very popular spot for the drones. And then, yeah, they're just like clustered there. This is on the 12th. 7 o'clock. Some more radar artifacts. More radar artifacts. Yeah, like these big lines here, they're usually caused by something, interference is what I've read, so I'm not sure how to take that. It looks like, you know, these little dots are just hanging around. Let's just look. Assuming these are drones, because they like. I mean, the drones fly low. You can see some going out there. I think this is actual precipitation. Let's move to the next day. More dots. I think this is precipitation though. But that's weird. They're all following this line. That is weird. And then you can see them fading off, like going off into the ocean. Yeah, that looks kind of suspicious. A lot more like spread of these dots. Again, I'm not a meteorologist, and I tried to figure out what these just little individual dots mean, but all I can get is that it means it reflected something. And like look at stuff like this. Like, what does this look like? More radar interference. By the way, the radars only have a certain amount of reach, which is why they can't reach way out here. Now, I believe someone said that there were no drones on tonight, the 16th. Or the 15th. But it looks like there's a lot of precipitation then, so... The one thing that gets me about this is that it seems like it also occurs, these dots are happening like during the daytime as well. More radar interference. That just looks like rain. And then look at okay, this is what that guy was talking about that he saw. these little pixels moving in from the ocean. And that brings us up to today. If someone has more experience doing something like this, or with radar, please comment in the section below. But I just found this very fascinating, as it could be like a way to figure out the distribution of drones just around everywhere. Let me get to a day where they never seem to like. It's not drone day. Like some people are saying they're seeing them in the Midwest. And there did occur to be a few things like that. Like here on the 8th in Indianapolis. And just around here. A whole kind of section. Maybe they... If these are drones, then maybe they're over here because it's raining over here. I'm not sure. Anyways, yeah, this video is really just to try. I know it was really long, but it was really just try to get someone who knows more about this to use the radar skills, because the data is publicly available, to see if we can figure out the distribution or where the drones are at and what they're doing, like how far has the reach actually gone, because I'm just kind of speculating here.
In a previous episode, we debunked this viral UFO video out of Miami as a fake, in part because there was only one witness.
What the is that? Holy.
Now we look to the Florida skies again. This time we have lots of witnesses. And thankfully, one was a loyal viewer who sent us his own video. February 9th, 2021, southern Florida. Stuart Eck is on the road when a flash of light makes him pull over. It's not the police, it's this.
Oh my goodness. Awesome, it's sunrise.
A large white plume unfurls across the sky, growing larger and larger. He's not frightened, but he is amazed.
You see the shockwave go out? Oh, wow, awesome!
I looked over, and it was a giant flame in the sky.
Take another look. As the light passes over Stuart, it leaves behind a massive trail.
It ballooned out like it was exploding or something very different was going on, and it was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life.
Not everyone Stuart talked to was as smitten with the object.
Unbelievable.
It scared a lot of people to death, thinking it was some type of weapon coming in from outer space.
Florida is a UFO hotspot. It's actually second only to California. There have been 7,000 sightings of UFOs in Florida since 1998.
But UFOs are consistently reported to fly without leaving visible exhaust or contrails. And there's another theory, a very human, high-tech weapon reported to leave a distinctive exhaust trail. The Chinese military already claims to have developed something called a hypersonic missile. As the name suggests, it travels at 5 times the speed of sound at low altitude. That's a game changer because such a weapon could make it from the human missile silos in central China to Washington, D.C., evading radar and existing air defense systems until it is already well over U.S. airspace. And American nuclear submarines reportedly now have their own hypersonic missile, dubbed the Sea Dragon. So that might be what Stuart witnessed. Another theory? This is some new rocket being developed by a space entrepreneur like Elon Musk. Notice how both this 2017 SpaceX launch and the one in Stuart's video have glowing contrails due to an effect you may have seen in an earlier episode about a suspected Chinese rocket. While it's dark on the ground, the rocket and its contrails are high up enough to be illuminated by the sun, even though it's over the horizon. But exactly what sort of rocket, missile, or other craft could be creating the huge exhaust trail in Stewart's video is a mystery.
SpaceX's Falcon 9 has become the most flown operational U.S. rocket, reaching orbit 24 times in 2020. So could this be another Elon Musk venture, or is there something else more troubling going on?
First, astronomer and video effects designer Mark D'Antonio considers if this could be a jet going supersonic.
When the jet approaches the sound barrier, you'll see a condensation front along the front of the jet.
In moist air, a speeding plane creates low-pressure areas where water condenses in a vapor cone. As the plane speeds up, the cloud moves down the body. And when the plane breaks through the sound barrier, it outraces the water droplets and the cone disappears.
What we're seeing here, though, is a continuous plume that's persistent. So this is definitely not a supersonic jet.
Our aviation expert, Tim McMillan, thinks he can narrow it down further.
That teardrop shape and that contrail there, that is characteristic of some type of rocket or potentially a missile test.
But when McMillan checks the SpaceX launch schedule, he rules out any Elon Musk-related UFOs. So could this be a new weapons system, like the Sea Dragon?
The U.S. is just now kind of getting into the hypersonics game and trying to develop more operational hypersonic platforms.
When D'Antonio digs deeper, he finds the U.S. military had tested submarine-launched missiles in the area that day. But the military won't say what exactly was launched.
If it was a missile test of some kind, it's probably a missile that they don't want you to know about.
Despite the strange appearance, we're calling this one a rocket or missile launch. But what rocket or missile, we may never know. What's clear is that the U.S. is in a race to develop unstoppable hypersonic missiles. So we may be witnessing one of the very first tests.
Quebec, 2018. A French-speaking family is on an outing enjoying a cloudless day when they notice something in the sky and start recording. A bizarre object rotates slowly, seeming to shine bright red and green lights as it turns. We push in and stabilize the image to get a better look. As the image comes into focus, you don't have to speak French to grasp the family's astonishment.
C'est quoi? On le voit. Hey, c'était vraiment nice.
C'est un vaisseau.
On le voit? C'est vraiment... Oh, ça
The family grows increasingly certain they've spotted something extraordinary. And check this out. At moments, it looks like this thing is flaming, something we've never seen before. Is it a craft burning off fuel as it ascends into space? Journalist MJ Banias, a Canadian himself, says his homeland does a thorough job of recording such incidents.
Canada has a significant UFO history. We're one of the few countries that actually logs and collects UFO data on a yearly basis and then publishes the results of those findings. There are more sightings of UFOs over Quebec than in any other Canadian province.
Whatever this thing is, it's not making any noise, and it's not clear how it stays aloft.
The object is quite curious to me because it seems to have no visible means of propulsion, maybe even exhibiting anti-gravity properties. It's sort of just suspended in air and for a period of time. So this very well could be something not of this world.
So we've done stories of UFOs spotted at forest fires, hovering around flaming volcanoes, and even flying into the sun's corona. But this is a rare instance where a UFO almost looks like it's on fire. To shed some light on what we're seeing, we turn the video over to our experts.
First, video analyst Mark D'Antonio examines the video and its metadata to see if we can trust it.
As far as the video being something that was fake or hoaxed, I don't believe that that's the case. I think that this is an actual object.
This object doesn't have propellers or produce exhaust, so our experts eliminate a drone or plane. And the sky is completely clear, so D'Antonio rules out a cloud.
This is not anything weather related. Where there's no sun, it's dark under there, and where there is sun, it's bright. It kind of shows us that it's a 3D object being illuminated by the sun.
And what looks like fire might not be flame, but really a glint of sunlight off a shiny surface, says aviation expert Tim McMillan.
It's something that appears to have a very highly reflective surface. It's reflecting sunlight, very much like a mirror. And so all of that is very characteristic of a bright, shiny silver Mylar party balloon. And at one point, you can almost make out a shape, maybe an H, or, at some point, it almost maybe looks like a horse.
D'Antonio and McMillan think it's a balloon of some sort that's reflecting light so intensely it looks like it's on fire. But neither can explain exactly why the reflected light is so red, why the colors sometimes shift, or even why it's that strange shape.
I can't say it's not a UFO, unequivocally, but I do believe it's a Mylar balloon.
So, our verdict? The deciding moment for us is when the object turns sideways. We have to agree with our experts. With its wrinkles and strange shape, it sure looks like a partially deflated balloon. But we don't know what the letter is supposed to be. So it's a UFL, unidentified flying letter? I think it's an N.
February 2020, an Airbus A320 is on a routine flight soaring over Medellin, Colombia. Little does the captain know he's about to find out he's sharing the friendly skies.
The pilot does us the favor of showing his altimeter, and we can see that he's flying around 30,000 feet in altitude.
The pilot then points his camera phone out of the cockpit window, and watch this as he zooms in. A metallic-looking object, a polyhedron of some sort, whizzes by in a straight line. We slow it down and zoom in further. You can see it kind of looks like a cube.
It has these kind of little points that stick out. It does seem to be darker in color and not like a bright, shining balloon. Whatever this is, it definitely shouldn't be there.
Now, it's hard to judge this object's size without knowing how far away it is, but scientist Amy Eskridge estimates it's 10 to 15 feet in diameter.
One theory is that if we were visited by another civilization, they might send probes ahead of when they actually come.
And consider this. A similar object was spotted by an FA-18 fighter pilot in 2018 at an altitude of 35,000 feet. It still hasn't been identified, and its structure, unlike any known airframe, lends credence to the alien probe theory.
They might want to collect data, maybe do a little surveillance, a little monitoring before they actually show up.
In the U.S., we associate Medellin, Colombia with drug cartels. But in South America, the city is known for UFO sightings. In fact, after UFOs were spotted over a soccer stadium and above a forest, the city earned the title the New Roswell. So we're turning to our experts to see if they can tell us what's going on.
I've analyzed several videos in depth of UFOs and UAPs over the course of my career, and the way that it's traveling on screen in the area of the clouds does appear to be consistent with recordings that I have deemed authentic.
So while Primo can't find anything technically wrong with the video, something just doesn't look right to him.
What caught my eye is when the camera's panning up to the skyline, the operator instinctively zooms in, almost like he's expecting this object as it's coming towards the airplane. This was peculiar to me. So the feel of the video upon visual analysis feels staged.
But Primo thinks it's possible the pilot was just plain lucky to zoom in right as the object flies past the plane. MJ Banias agrees.
Pilots are the people who work in the sky and operate in it, so they're going to have the best view of any potential UFOs around them.
We turn this video over to our aviation expert, Tim McMillan. He thinks whatever was shot over Medellin is too slow to be any kind of plane or missile, and it looks nothing like a drone.
Initially, when it starts coming, I thought it's probably a balloon.
Regular helium balloons rarely make it to this altitude. When they get this high, the helium expands and the balloon pops. But solar balloons are different. Used as toys or for research, they're usually made from dark material to absorb the sun's heat. They rise as the air inside warms and expands. They've gone as high as 46,000 feet, but in general, when they hit the cooler air up high, they start to lose shape and altitude. It's just too cold for them to stay aloft.
It almost seems to have an odd cube-like shape. That is exactly what the Navy pilots have reported seeing off the east coast of the United States. that are currently part of the unidentified aerial phenomena that's being investigated by the Department of Defense. I don't have a good explanation.
So, assuming it's not a hoax, it's certainly not a drone or a known aircraft. It's possibly a balloon. I mean, when you look at that speed, your mind goes there. But it's extremely rare for a solar balloon to reach this altitude. By process of elimination, we'll go with genuine UFO. So humans might not be the only pilots up in the sky.
November 2020, the Red Rock Desert of southern Utah. A helicopter crew and state biologists are counting bighorn sheep when something catches their eye. They land and make this astounding discovery. A large, shiny silver object tucked into an almost inaccessible canyon.
It's just wild.
Look closer. From every angle, it's clear this thing does not belong here. Utah keeps its location secret, but news leaks out on social media, and it's quickly labeled the Utah Monolith. U.S. Army vet David Serber takes all the secrecy as a challenge.
I'm like, okay, I'm gonna find this place, right? It was probably 11 p.m., and I drove for 6 hours straight through the night to try to get there.
David works his way deep into a canyon.
I don't see anyone.
Just after daybreak, he rounds a corner.
There she is.
And it's just there. I was like, oh, God. And it was just a really cool experience to have a few minutes alone with it.
There are a few things more iconic than a monolith, whether we're talking about the monolith that started 2001: A Space Odyssey or the obelisks of ancient Egypt. So when this mysterious metal monument popped up, it really sparked people's imagination. The idea being that possibly one of the ways that aliens would contact us would be to leave an information-laden monolith for us to investigate and discover.
One focus on the internet was whether the monolith was constructed with alien building materials.
The belief was that they are comprised of something called a metamaterial or a metametal.
Metamaterials are engineered to have properties not found naturally on Earth. Special composites of metal strands and ceramics are created to absorb radar for stealth technology. And there are reports from reputed UFO crash sites that the craft contain alloys that give them anti-gravity and cloaking characteristics. Accounts of alien metamaterials went mainstream in 2017 with a New York Times article.
According to the New York Times report, Bigelow Aerospace was contracted by the government to store possible materials from alien craft.
It's believed that the U.S. government is studying these alien materials to create the next generation of weapons. Could the Utah monolith be made of the same sort of alien materials? David tests it.
I had a magnet with me, mainly because we were trying to figure out, what type of metal is it?
Not sticking.
And also, was it a solid object or was it hollow?
Not solid.
So what's it made of? And by whom?
Other mysterious monoliths have been discovered recently, often in remote locations, in Romania, the Isle of Wight, and Sweden. Are these objects some sort of alien calling card, or could they be the product of a very creative and very human mind?
And when you first see this, you can't help but think of some type of extraterrestrial technology. However, there's nothing about what we're seeing in this video that leads me to believe it's manufactured from any kind of exotic materials.
Unlike reports of UFO metamaterials, the monolith doesn't defy gravity, and it's definitely not cloaked. In person, David noticed fingerprint smudges and ragged corners as well as other signs of terrestrial construction.
The telltale signs of those rivets would make me believe this is man-made, no matter how kind of anomalous its appearance is.
For McMillan, that's the giveaway, the signs of ordinary earthbound metalwork. If it is human-made, Kathy Strain has an idea why someone went through all the effort to put it in the middle of nowhere.
I think it's a message of beauty, of artwork, maybe makes you reflect more that I wanted to come here for the wilderness.
Some artists, like Donald Judd, believe that wilderness is the ultimate art gallery and use isolated locations for installation sites. But who made this and what it's made from is almost impossible to determine from a video.
Ultimately, you're not going to be able to determine exactly what this object is until you get it into a lab and under in-depth analysis.
But just as it appeared out of nowhere, the Utah monolith vanished, literally overnight. So until it's found and we can get it into a lab, our verdict, this is not an alien artifact. It's either a human artwork or a hoax. Either way, it's a compelling conversation piece. February 25th, 2021. Residents of Queensland are going about their business when this tears open the sky. Twin bright streaks tracing the same flight path, making this a peculiar video even by today's UFO standards.
What the is that?
What the hell is it?
That is insane. Look, it's just disappeared.
Take a closer look. At first glance, they look like meteors, but do meteors fall in a row like this? And do they have such long tails? Hundreds report seeing these streaking objects, and some suspect they are somehow connected to a secret base almost 1,000 miles away.
Another area in Australia that's been known for curious activity would be Pine Gap, Australia. There have been very frequent recordings of all kinds of unexplained things in the night sky in that area.
Pine Gap is a top-secret American base in the Australian outback that we know tracks and spies on satellites. Many also believe it conceals an underground city where scientists develop a wide variety of clandestine projects involving UFOs. There are numerous stories of flying discs appearing in the sky over the base, and it's rumored to contain a plasma gun capable of shooting down anything in low orbit.
It's alleged that there is a lot of experimentation and dark technology that has gone on there.
Construction at Pine Gap started in 1966, the height of the Cold War. So it's often referred to as Australia's Area 51. But is there really a connection between Pine Gap and these streaking lights? We turn the video over to the experts.
First, we ask astronomer Mark D'Antonio if these flaming objects could just be strange meteors.
Meteors move anywhere from 10 to 20,000 kilometers per hour when they hit our atmosphere. This is moving way too slow. It's only moving at a few times the speed of sound.
So could these objects have originated from Pine Gap? Our experts look at the key evidence that the objects themselves are on fire and say no. A plasma ray would look like a laser beam or a bolt of lightning, and an exploding missile would send parts flying in all directions, not in this orderly row. So could they be UFOs? If so, NASA's Bob Anderson says an advanced civilization would be unlikely to construct spacecraft that cross the galaxy only to burn up on arrival.
You would not expect it to heat up like that and burn off part of its shield to get into the Earth's atmosphere.
Of course, not everything in the sky is a meteor, UFO, or secret weapon.
This is sort of the characteristic of a re-entering piece of space debris of some kind. The lightweight materials burn up and fall away first, and the heavy materials like the engines, those continue for quite some time.
D'Antonio thinks another big clue is the specific location of the sighting.
To the right of Australia in the Pacific is a location that's called the satellite graveyard. And when satellites are purposefully deorbited to crash back to Earth, they're deorbited into this one spot in the ocean.
In fact, Australia is sandwiched between two areas where most satellites are deliberately crashed. More than 300 spacecraft have broken up and dropped there. They are the most remote regions of the ocean and farthest from populated areas. When D'Antonio digs deeper, he finds this object might be an especially big piece of space junk that's separated into these pieces upon re-entry.
What this turned out to be was a Chinese Long March that was sent to the satellite graveyard in the ocean.
China's Long March rocket has a massive booster measuring 35 feet long and 9 feet wide. With roughly one satellite crashing into the ocean every few weeks, D'Antonio has some advice.
Be very careful when you're out there. You might get hit by a satellite.
Okay, joking aside, we're going to agree with D'Antonio and call this one space junk, an expired Chinese rocket. NASA has recently scolded the Chinese for what it considers irresponsible behavior in the disposal of expired space equipment.
2011, a resident of Jerusalem is out for a stroll when a bright light over the old city catches his eye. He begins to film, and this is what his camera captures. A bright ball of light hangs over the old city. Strange on its own, but then it drops down to just above the buildings, hovers, and amazingly zooms straight up, literally in the blink of an eye. Watch this last part again. The ball of light seems to be just above roof level. There's a bright flash that stuns the onlookers.
Whoa!
And it rockets up and out of frame in less than a second. This isn't just happening anywhere. The orb, or whatever it is sighted over one of Earth's holiest places, the Dome of the Rock, also known as the Temple Mount.
The Dome of the Rock is one of the most important sites in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, where Muhammad ascended into heaven. It's also the site where Abraham was about to sacrifice his son Isaac to God.
It is also where Solomon was said to have built the first temple, and centuries after it was destroyed, where Jesus cast out the moneylenders of the Second Temple. Could we be witnessing a modern-day miracle?
We have lots of stories where people, when they are having a religious moment, see lights in the sky. Because we're at a holy site, maybe something holy is happening.
This idea of a UFO Holy Land connection was revived in 2020, when an Israeli space expert sent eyes looking towards the heavens with a startling claim.
Haim Ashad, who was Israel's space security chief, went on record claiming that Earth was being visited by extraterrestrials. You literally had the highest ranking official of Israel's space program coming out publicly stating that there was a galactic federation of alien races.
Ishad, who was promoting a book at the time, has never revealed his sources. But he's not the only believer in this federation. It is said that the Federation consists of hundreds of thousands of members and was founded millions of years ago.
Well, I believe this statement by the Israeli Space Secretary is the truth. This whole idea of the Galactic Federation can be traced back to the Eisenhower administration in 1950. There were numerous reports that he had contact with an extraterrestrial.
Haim Eshed says that as part of the pact, we're allowing aliens to conduct experiments on Earth, and we built a joint underground base on Mars. So is this object a UFO, a known craft, or a bit of video hocus pocus?
First, could this be Israel's Iron Dome missile system? It has been used to detect and shoot down over 2,000 rockets.
The problem with that is it shoots up. It doesn't come down like this does. Number two, the object ends up hovering. The defense system doesn't do that. As far as whether that could be a drone, there's a lag time. When you add full power, we didn't see that. It just went boom, straight up in the air. So that takes drone out of the equation.
That seems to narrow it down to one option, a UFO. If the video is real, we run it by Michael Primo's expert eye.
So I began the analysis with media interrogation, noted that there was insufficient digital information to verify it as a camera original. The metadata was scarce.
That likely means the video was run through at least one software program, stripping away much of the metadata.
Upon further analysis, we applied macro block visualization. This essentially means that the software took that information out, and those gradient values aren't actually recorded in the original recording. So in conclusion, this recording should not be considered authentic.
Whoa!
It looks like someone had some fun making this video, so we're going to call it a hoax. But this in no way disproves the Galactic Federation claim. According to Haim Eshed, the aliens will make themselves known to the wider world once humankind is ready for the truth.
May 2015, a local horticulturalist is recording himself during a routine mushroom hunt in the woods of northern Illinois.
These look pretty big.
The footage, shot from his perspective, shows him calmly narrating as he walks through the forest, pointing his camera at various mushrooms scattered on trees and logs.
And this one looks like it has a bite out of it.
After pointing out what looks like a half-eaten mushroom, the man is startled by a strange and scary sound seemingly coming from nearby.
Huh?
It's a long, drawn-out howl. It lasts about 9 seconds and certainly sounds like an animal of some kind. The mushroom hunter pans his camera back and forth to see if he can spot anything, but sees nothing.
I think it's time to go.
Field researcher Ken Gerhardt believes Bigfoot is a real primate, and like other primates, capable of producing a huge array of vocalizations and noises.
So this I would characterize as a yell or a scream, which does fit into the paradigm of the Bigfoot world.
Gerhardt claims Sasquatches are social animals and may vocalize if there's another one nearby.
Most animals vocalize for a couple of primary reasons. One is for mating.
But Gerhardt believes this actually isn't a mating call. It's a war cry.
This particular vocalization has a definitive sound of aggressiveness. I would say whatever is making the sound is trying to scare this person out of its area.
One theory is that this particular alleged Sasquatch is just defending its feeding grounds.
Bigfoot is what we call an opportunistic omnivore, which basically means it eats anything. And it would make perfect sense that as an omnivore, Bigfoot would find an abundant and plentiful food source in this mushroom patch.
Most Bigfoot sightings in Illinois occur in the south in places like Shawnee National Forest. But this encounter allegedly took place in the north. There is a theory that Bigfoot is a transient species, and one of the reasons they're so hard to find is that they're always on the move. So if they exist, it's plausible they could be in the area. But let's turn it over to our experts.
Anthropologist Kathy Strain wonders if we could be hearing a black bear. Now, there haven't been native populations of those bears in the state for a century, but it's believed that stragglers from neighboring Missouri and Wisconsin can travel to the state. So how about it?
Bears do regularly growl. However, they don't tend to scream or yell for long periods of time. Their growls are very concentrated. But this was very loud and very extended.
Biologist Dr. Floyd Hayes examines the other possibilities.
The coyote or wolf can have a long howl, but it sounds quite different than that. It sounds more like a dog howl. And I don't think there's any smaller animals like a fox that would make a call that loud. So the only possibilities in my mind would be either a human or this mythical Bigfoot creature.
So we turn the video over to our expert sound ecologist, Dr. Ben Gottesman.
We see that the sound lasts for about 10 seconds. At the beginning, it's a very throaty, broadband scream, but then it ends in this long, drawn-out tonal wail.
Under further examination, Gottesman says something rings hollow about this sound.
This is an open forest, and yet there's a certain muffled quality to the sound. So I went digging, and I found the following sound effect from a show about dinosaurs. Sound familiar? It's a match. Listen again. This recording is a hoax.
So, our verdict, this is a hoax. These aren't real Bigfoot vocalizations. They're just sound effects cleverly edited into a video in order to create an internet sensation. Still, that doesn't discount the idea that Sasquatch could be a mushroom lover. Just make sure to avoid the poison ones, big guy. It's November 23rd, 2019. Not far from the southern border between Arizona and Mexico, Department of Homeland Security agents are flying an RC-26 surveillance aircraft to hunt for
December 17th, 2024, and I have some breaking news to share with you guys. Right now it is 13:36 Eastern Time here in the United States, and we have some major breaking news coming in from Russia. So the commander of the Russian military's nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare unit, Lieutenant General Igor Kirilov, as well as one of his assistants, were assassinated last night in a bombing outside of an apartment in the Ryazansky district of Moscow. Russian authorities have now confirmed the death. And what's interesting is the Ukrainian Security Service, the SBU, announced the opening of a criminal case against Kirilov just 2 days ago. According to the SBU, he ordered the use of chemical weapons in more than 4.8 thousand cases. What's going on, guys? It's Greg here, aka. What's going on, guys? It's Greg here, aka White Prepper. It's Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and I have some breaking news to share with you guys. What's going on, guys? It's Greg here, aka NY Prepper. It is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and I have some breaking news to share with you guys. Right now it is 13:36 Eastern Time here in the United States, and we have some major breaking news coming in from Russia. So the commander of the Russian military's nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare unit, Lieutenant General Igor Kirilov, as well as one of his assistants, were assassinated last night in a bombing outside of an apartment in the Ryazansky district of Moscow. Russian authorities have now confirmed the death. And what's interesting is the Ukrainian Security Service, the SBU, announced the opening of a criminal case against Kirilov just 2 days ago. According to the SBU, he ordered the use of chemical weapons in more than 4.8 thousand cases since the beginning of the war. So it looks like Ukraine assassinated the commander of Russia's nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare unit. Lieutenant General Igor Kirilov and his deputy were eliminated last night. And right now we have U.S. nuclear forces on high alert for another day. Here we have 2 B-52 nuclear bombers airborne over Louisiana. We have a nuclear war command and control plane setting up a looping pattern in the Gulf of Mexico, about to communicate with our nuclear-armed submarines. And then we have a nuke sniffer plane that just took off from STRATCOM in Omaha, Nebraska. It's about to head out into Iowa and detect radiation in the atmosphere. So something is brewing, guys. We know that Russia has closed down the airspace over their Kapustin Yar missile test range through the rest of this week, every night from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. So it's very possible that Russia is going to launch some kind of a strategic attack on Ukraine with more ICBMs, potentially nuclear tipped. And that's why we have these nuke sniffers airborne every single day for the last week or so, okay, to make sure that they have some way of checking if these detonations in Ukraine are nuclear or not, all right? Now, in addition to this, we have some concerning news coming from China. Satellite imagery spotted a Chinese submarine with its nuclear ballistic missile hatches open while pierside at a naval base with underground facilities facing the South China Sea. According to the latest satellite image updated by Google Earth Pro on December 7th, a submarine was seen docking at one of the Longpo naval base docks on the island of Hainan in southern China with at least 4 of its missile hatches open. The submarine, as one of 6 Chinese Type 94 nuclear-armed and nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines,
Each of these submarines is capable of carrying up to 12 ICBMs for nuclear strikes. Okay, so here you can see, if you look very closely here, you can see these 4 hatches that are open while this thing is docked. So that is very, very concerning. Now, right now, we have the Stalingrad clock playing on one of the Russian nuclear war frequencies. It started up again last night. And before I continue with the breaking news, I wanted to mention the sponsor for this update, which is EMP Shield. Guys, I'm proud to announce that I'm going to be partnering with EMP Shield. They have just given me a special discount code just for my subscribers. If you go to empshield.com and use the code NYPrepper when you check out, you'll get 15% off your entire order. Good for anything on their website. They're also doing a Cyber Monday sale. Guys, the threat of an EMP has never been higher, and you need to protect your vehicle and critical electronics. The EMP Shield is a device that protects your vehicle's computer or electronics by installing in line with the electrical system. The EMP Shield has passed rigorous military testing and is compliant with several military standards. They're also IP66 weatherproof and made in the USA. They can be used to protect your ham radio base stations, your RV, your camper, your solar generator, and various other things in addition to your vehicle. So go to empshield.com, use the discount code NYPrepper to get 15% off, and the link and the discount code are in the description below this video. And over the last few days, really since this threat of a massive Russian ICBM strike on Ukraine started, we've been hearing this Stalingrad clock on one of the Russian nuclear war frequencies. And basically, this is a historic, symbolic thing, okay? Because during the Battle of Stalingrad, the Russians played this clock on a loudspeaker, and it was interrupted periodically with a message that said every couple of seconds a German soldier dies, and then the clock would continue playing. And this was a psychological warfare trick by the Russians. And so are the Russians now trying to do the same thing with Ukraine and the West, and they're playing this clock on their nuclear frequency? I don't know. But just the other day, there was a nuclear attack warning to the United States that was broadcasted on the primary Russian nuclear war frequency, the UVB-76, also known as the Russian buzzer. And it sounded like an emergency broadcast system message saying that there was a nuclear attack imminent and to take shelter for nuclear fallout. And then over the weekend, there were these weird images that were broadcasted, signal to text messages on the primary Russian nuclear war frequency. So I don't know what's going on, guys, but this is definitely a bad sign. Let me play this for you. And if you tune into my 24/7 live stream right now, you can still hear this Stalingrad clock. It started late last night and it's still going strong today. So very creepy stuff. And then there was also techno music playing on the Russian buzzer, the primary Russian nuclear war frequency last night. Listen to this. This is crazy. I've never heard this before. Really weird stuff, guys. I've never heard that song before, but very strange. And late last night, Putin's doomsday plane went to Ankara, Turkey for some reason. This was shortly after the assassination of the nuclear forces commander, the nuclear biological chemical commander. And then it came back earlier this morning, and then also another Russian VIP plane went to Belarus, and then we also had another Russian doomsday plane go east towards the Urals, and it potentially landed near some secret base out here in the Russian countryside. And so here you can see this morning the Putin doomsday plane coming back from Ankara, and then another Russian VIP plane going to Belarus. Okay, so 2 VIP planes going to Belarus, Putin's doomsday plane going to Ankara last night for just a few hours and then coming back. Very unusual. And then here's this remote area where this Russian doomsday plane may have landed, somewhere near the town of Patrikivo. There's like an old Soviet base over here with missiles, actually, missile bunkers. And the US and Japan recently conducted exercises with B-52s. These are the nuclear bombers. So here you can see Japanese F-15s conducting escort missions with US B-52s. And what's interesting is that F-15s are also nuclear capable themselves, in addition to the B-52. Okay, so Japan and the U.S. conducting nuclear strike exercises together. And the Turkish military removed the border fence near the city of Kobani ahead of an expected invasion into northern Syria. Kobani is a Kurdish stronghold, so Turkey is going to invade northern Syria and try to occupy northern Syria so the Kurds don't take control. And apparently mobile internet will be switched off in Crimea. According to the Regional Ministry of Information, temporary restrictions are being introduced starting today to ensure the safety of residents. Okay, so that's also pretty sketchy that Russia would suddenly decide to turn off mobile internet in Crimea. My guess is it has something to do with strikes, potentially Oreshnik strikes. They don't want people in Crimea filming anything and then posting it to social media. Okay, that's what it sounds like to me. But that's the latest breaking news that I have. I will be back later with another update. Check out my 24/7 live stream. It's up right now. You can listen to all these nuclear codes and strange nuclear signals. And I do go in and out of that 24/7 stream throughout the day and throughout the night. So until the next time, take care, God bless, and don't forget the 3 Ps. Prepare, practice, and persevere.
Since the good old days of the Cold War, when the arms race pitted the US and the West against the Soviet bloc, the stockpiling of nuclear weapons has cast a shadow of mutually assured destruction over the nightmares of billions of people. What if one of the nuclear powers decides to launch first strike? What if one of the other powers retaliates? What if a warhead is launched by mistake? And yet it may be argued that the mere existence of this arsenal is what has prevented the world from plunging into an all-out World War III. This is the concept at the heart of the nuclear deterrence doctrine. By simply having the possibility to retaliate with weapons of mass destruction, one or more powers can preserve peace and prevent aggression. The doctrine has indeed proven to be valid, at least as far as nuclear powers are concerned. That is why the US Air Force Nuclear Weapons Center considers nuclear deterrence as, quote, the #1 priority mission of the Department of Defense. The nuclear deterrent underwrites every US military operation on the globe. It is the backstop and foundation of our national defense and that of our allies. Now, the Cold War, at least the original version, belongs to the history books, but nuclear deterrence is still relevant and will continue to be relevant for the foreseeable future. That is why, if you are a nuclear power, it makes sense to take good care of your existing arsenal and its launch facilities. And that's until you reach a certain point when you realize that your old kit just won't do and it's time for the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile to stand easy, and for its replacement, the Sentinels, to stand to attention. American nuclear deterrence is guaranteed by the three legs of the US nuclear triad, which involves nuclear-capable bombers, ballistic missiles launched from submarines, and land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs. An ICBM is a type of ballistic missile with a range greater than 3,400 miles, or about 5,500 kilometers. ICBMs can deliver any type of payload, including conventional weapons, but they are mainly associated with nuclear ordnance. They are usually composed of a multi-stage rocket booster running on solid fuel, whose job is to propel the whole missile structure into a suborbital flight. Midway through its trajectory, the ICBM will release a re-entry vehicle, or RV, with the unenviable task of delivering a devastating nuclear warhead toward the intended target. American doctrine for the use of ICBMs dictates for them to be used only in retaliation once an incoming enemy nuclear missile is detected. According to the US nuclear launch decision process, after a mere 17 minutes from the threat being detected, the president should be able to decide on which, quote, response option should be executed. If the option is a retaliatory strike, the president will inform the Pentagon War Room. The National Military Command Center, or NMCC, will then challenge the president to provide some gold codes for authentication. Within the next 2 minutes, the NMCC will transmit the launch codes for a retaliatory strike. At 22 to 27 minutes from threat detection, one or more ICBMs will be launched, and it will take them approximately 30 minutes to reach any target around the globe. Needless to say, once an ICBM is airborne, it cannot be recalled or voluntarily destroyed. Since the 1970s, the Air Force's land-based ICBM of choice has been the LGM-30G Immenent-3. Bestowing the name Minuteman upon such a blatantly phallic contraption may elicit some chuckles, but the origin of the name could not be more patriotic. During the American Revolutionary War, the Minutemen were in fact an elite force of highly mobile infantry. And the LGM acronym, by the way, is a designator indicating that the weapons will be L, launched from a silo, that they will attack targets on the ground, and that they are, well, M, for missiles. As of 2024, 400 Minuteman-3 ICBMs are still in service, located across 3 Air Force bases: F.E. Warren in Wyoming, Malmstrom in Montana, and Minot in North Dakota. This array of weaponry is overseen by the Air Force Nuclear Weapons Center's ICBM Systems Directorate. Since 1970, much of their work has consisted of maintaining, repairing, and upgrading several components and subsystems of the Minuteman. But there is only so much you can do to keep an old machine running, and sooner or later, you've got to replace it with a new model. This became evident in 2006 when the Air Force voiced concerns about the reliability of the Minuteman and the launch infrastructure. In October of that year, US Congress passed the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2007, which instructed the Secretary of the Air Force to modernize the Minuteman-3. The project idled for a couple of years, during which the military even considered getting rid of land-based ICBMs altogether. Their trajectory was considered too predictable, and launch silos could be vulnerable to preemptive strikes. These flaws made them the weak link in the nuclear triad as compared to submarine-launched missiles and stealth strategic bombers. But a nuclear posture review conducted in 2010 reaffirmed the need.
Welcome to the Real GS News Channel. Alright, so we're going to start with this one here. Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has declared a state of emergency in response to the bird FLU. We have more breaking news. Look at this one. Wisconsin reports its first positive case of the bird FLU. Here we go, guys. So it begins. So we're gonna see what's going on here, guys. Multiple breaking news coming out. First possible case of bird FLU reported in Wisconsin. So 2 states, California and Wisconsin. I do believe there's gonna be a lot more that will follow. All this is happening as Donald is about to be take the spotlight January 20, 2025. Alright guys, before I start, give this video a big thumbs up. Share this video with your friends, families, and loved ones. I appreciate the love and support. And for those of you that want to contribute to the channel, once again, we do have the PayPal link in the description box. And for those of you that want to send us letters or prayer requests, you can send it to me, Luis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 US Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida, 34691. Alright, so we're going to start with this one here. Let's see what's going on with this story. Let me just click on this really quick and let me just zoom that out so you guys have a better view. Here we go. Alright, so once again, share the video. And it says here you have Governor Newsom takes proactive action to strengthen robust state response to bird FLU. So what you need to know, following the spread of this event in 16 states, wow, including in California and outside the Central Valley, Governor Gavin Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency today to further enhance the state's preparedness and accelerate the ongoing cross-agency response efforts. Gavin Newsom today proclaimed a state of emergency to streamline and expedite the state's response to this pestilence. I'm going to say pestilence. Commonly known, again, I'm going to skip the name there, guys. This action comes as cases were detected in dairy cows on farms in Southern California, signaling the need to further expand monitoring and build on the coordinated statewide approach to contain and mitigate the spread of this pestilence. Now, once again, the pestilence has spread in 16 states among dairy cattle following its first confirmed detection in Texas and Kansas in March of 2024. Now, it says here, to date, no person-to-person spread of this pestilence has been detected in California, and nearly all infected individuals had exposure to the infected cattle. Now, California has already established the largest testing and monitoring system in the nation to respond to this event. They are not messing around. They have their testing and monitoring system lab already built up. I mean, this thing is going to be the biggest in US. All right, so once again, California has declared state of emergency. Other states, I believe, will follow. 16 other states. All right, let's go with the Wisconsin really quick here, guys. Please share the video. Wisconsin is in the next one. DHS report presumptive positive of human case of highly pestilent in Wisconsin. Now it says here the Wisconsin Department of I'm gonna skip the name, has detected the first presumptive positive case of the pestilence, also known as, I'm gonna skip the name. Now the case follows an infected flock of commercial poultry identified in Barron County. Now the person had exposure to the infected flock. Now the case was identified through testing at Wisconsin State Lab and is pending confirmation at the CD. I'm gonna skip that last letter. Alright, so the reason why I'm skipping a lot of letters, guys, because this platform has been going after me and I've been suspended multiple times, so I try to skip certain words here. For those of you who are new, I use a lot of code words. I've been suspended more than 18 times. Okay, so that's a lot of detention slip. DHS is coordination with Barron County and Health and Human Services is monitoring farm workers who may have been impacted to the pestilence and has provided them with info to protect their health. The risk to the general public in Wisconsin remains low. Now, people who work with birds, animals, or have a recreational exposure to them are at higher risk. So basically, those that work at the farm, those possibly with, again, farmlands, and that's where we get our food. That's basically our food right there. So once again, this pestilence has continued to circulate in both wild and, again, birds and other animals in the North Sleeping Giant since December 2021. The pestilence are highly contagious and often, I'm gonna skip all that name. So caused by the type A, the pestilence varies in severity depending on the strain and species impacted. The pestilence can be spread by contact with birds, commonly with wild birds or their dropping equipment or clothing worn by anyone working with the animals. Guys, quick question. Again, I have animals, and we take care of animals. We rescue animals. We rescue a kitten. We have a lot of animals. And at nighttime, again, we have almost like a farmland. At nighttime, there's like 15 cats just waiting for me to feed them. We got 2 birds. The blue bird, the green bird, the gray bird, the white bird. Again, those little ones. And for some reason, again, they only survive for like a month or 2 months. Now, I had these birds when I was a little kid. My mother had so many of them. So, we went to PetSmart and Petco. They don't know what's going on. But do you guys have those birds? Does bird last long where you live at? Because for some reason, again, one of my birds just passed, and we had that bird for like 3 months. But I don't know if it's related to the situation going on, and birds just falling. I mean, if you have any birds, let me know, and you can email me. My email is in the description box. All right, I want to go with this news really quick here. We're gonna go with California really quick here. California governor has declared a state of emergency due to pestilence, more commonly known as blah, 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 blah. The emergency follows a outbreak of pestilence among, we already know, many, many animals in Southern California farms, according to the news release on the governor website. After initially being reported in Texas and Kansas in March, this pestilence has been confirmed in cattle across 16 states. Wow. It's very important that people start growing their own food. There have been no cases of transmission of this event in California. The release stated, with all infection linked to exposure to infected cattle. The problem is they have built a huge system facility, and they're getting prepared for some kind of huge event, like a 2020 event. It says here, this proclamation is a targeted action to ensure Gov agency have the resources and flexibility they need to respond quickly to this event, Governor Newsom said in a statement. So whenever they declare a state of emergency, it releases funds, it releases a lot more resource. Possibly agencies will get involved, FEMA, possibly some military. So a state of emergency is a package that's, for those, going through situation, hurricanes, storms, whatever. And one thing I tell you, California has been declaring state of emergency. I mean, with the earthquake, with the storm, and with this, I mean, state of emergency is non-stop going on. And he did declare a state of emergency because he's like, he needs to protect his state from Donald. I'm like, dude, really? So building on California's testing and monitoring system, and that's the largest in the nation, we are committed to further protecting the public, supporting our agricultural industry, and ensuring that Cali have access to accurate, up-to-date info. He went on. While the warning to the public remains low, we will continue to take all necessary steps to prevent the pestilence. Well, what does the Bible tells us? Well, Jesus says in the last days there will be war and rumors of wars, kingdom against kingdom, nation against nation, famines, pestilence, and earthquakes in various places. Luke 21, Mark, Matthew, John. So the Bible does speak about all these events. These are just signs. This is just the tip of it. So we already know all this here. We already know all this. You know, one thing I'll tell you guys, I haven't drank milk in like a month. And I feel a lot better, to be honest. And I've been drinking more tea and water. And it's just a lot more healthier. You know, we were told drink milk, it makes your bones strong. Well, I believe all that. It just bloated me. Instead of giving me, you know, big muscle, it gave me a big belly. Alright, so we're gonna skip this here, guys. I'm trying to see if there's any more information here. Okay, so it seems like this is all the information here. It seems like this is all the information here, guys. I'm just triple checking really quick. I just found something here. Kongs, I'm using code words, follow me on this one. Kongs wants 12 new labs. Kongs just greenlit a bill requiring the Secretary of and Services to set up or maintain at least 12 regional you know what, labs across a sleeping giant land. Think high security research hubs designed to tackle, and I'm gonna skip all that. Oh man, this is so, I don't know, something about this story here, guys. The stated goal: boost public, you know what, readiness. Ooh. We're about to see something here. Speed up responses to the world events and develop treatment or remedy. But not everyone's cheering. Critics are already raising eyebrows over the price tag, GOV transparency, and the risk of handling materials because, well, what could possibly go wrong? Elon responded. We're funding, warning, labs in this bill. Warning. Yeah, 2025 is going to be off the hook. So again, I posted a video about almost 2 weeks ago. There was this one doctor. His name is, what? I'm not going to say his name, but they called him the, what was it? The expert predicts doom. doomsday. The expert predicts doomsday, I think. And he said things are going to start hitting the fan January 22nd, 2025. That would be basically the day, well, January 21st, that would be the day Donald will be the sleeping giant leader. He said things are going to hit the fan that day. That's when everything starts. Prepare yourself. Have no fear, for Christ is near. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Once again, for those of you that want to give a life to Christ, you can email me. My email is in the description box. Me and my wife are here to help many and to lead many to the righteous path, and that's the path of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. For those of you that want to send us letters, a prayer request, you can send it to me, Luis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 US Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida 34691. Once again, guys, $1 a month Patreon. We get you access to our live stream every Monday. We talk about things that we cannot talk about on the platform. Also, I posted videos today. Those links will be in the comments box. Thank you so much for watching. God bless you all. Put faith and trust in Jesus Christ, for he's the only way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father except through Jesus. Thank you so much for watching. Till next time later. Peace.
Over the military bases of the United States of America, above the sovereign soil of Uncle Sam himself, something strange is afoot. In airspace that's supposed to be some of the most impenetrable in the world, above secretive camps where F-22s, Navy SEALs, and the best minds of American military intelligence all do their work, infiltrators move through the skies entirely unopposed. These infiltrators are drones, some, no doubt, belonging to hobbyists or the curious public, but others, quite possibly, with a far more nefarious purpose. They're not coming in ones or twos, but in the dozens and the hundreds. Yet according to every public account of the situation, the American military remains utterly unable to identify their source or to shoot them down. In this special episode of Warfronts, we're going to take a closer look at America's drone problem. We'll explore this wave of mysterious aircraft in an effort to understand both what's happening and how long it's been going on. We'll dig into just why the United States is so incapable of bringing them down and how they might solve the problem moving forward. And finally, we'll explore the question of responsibility, who the culprits are for these drone overflights, what they might be hoping to learn, and what sensitive information they might already know. The first time that most members of the American public heard about the drones was on October the 12th, 2024. On that day, a trio of writers from the Wall Street Journal published a report that laid out one particularly concerning series of incidents. Quoting the article title here, "Mysterious drones swarmed a US military base for 17 days. The Pentagon is stumped." The report turned back the clock to December of 2023, when the U.S. Air Force's then leader, Air Combat Command General Mark Kelly, visited Langley Air Force Base in the city of Hampton in the U.S. state of Virginia. General Kelly, by the way, has since retired. It wasn't the first time the general had visited Langley by any means. After all, Langley is among the most important military assets on US soil. It's here that the United States keeps dozens of its super-advanced air superiority stealth fighter, the F-22 Raptor. It's the headquarters of the 480th Intelligence, Surveillance and Reconnaissance Wing, an exceptionally important group that operates the Distributed Common Ground System, also known as the Sentinel, a unit that churns through incredible volumes of satellite imagery, signals intelligence, and cryptologic intelligence each day. It also happened to be the headquarters for General Kelly's own Air Combat Command, the organization that's directly responsible for providing combat forces to the Air Force, including 48 squadrons of fighter jets, 9 squadrons of attack aircraft, and a whole lot more. The most important thing to understand here is that Langley is really, really important to the US Air Force. But it was at Langley where the US was facing a new and unforeseen challenge. As the Wall Street Journal article describes, Kelly and a small group of other critical officers were brought to Langley in December 2023 to watch a series of drones that base commanders fully expected to be inbound. A little while later, at about 45 minutes to an hour past sunset as predicted, the drones showed up, one after another, in a long line that the article described as sounding, quote, like a parade of lawnmowers. According to Kelly, himself a career fighter pilot with well-honed skills in identifying and describing aerial adversaries, the drones appeared to be flying at an altitude of about 3,000 to 4,000 feet, that's 900 to 1,200 meters, at approximate speeds of a bit over 100 miles per hour or 160 kilometers an hour. At times, however, they would descend to fly no fewer than 100 feet, that's 30 meters above the ground, seemingly in coordination with smaller, low-flying quadcopters. Each drone appeared about 20 feet long or a bit over 6 meters. The drones didn't appear to be focused just on Langley either. The path they were on would see them cross over Naval Air Station Oceana, where the US Navy houses 17 strike fighter squadrons of FA-18 Hornets and Super Hornets. It also happens to be the home base of the Navy Special Warfare Development Group, better known as SEAL Team 6. Yes, the same SEAL Team 6 that was deployed to kill Osama bin Laden back in 2013. Also along the drone's path, if it continued on course with only minor adjustments, was Naval Station Norfolk, the single largest naval base in the world. Norfolk is the headquarters for no fewer than 4 carrier strike groups, 4 destroyer squadrons, nearly a dozen nuclear-powered submarines, and quite frankly, just stupid amounts of US air power. Now, the presence of drones over American military installations, that's nothing new. It's not uncommon in the least for small consumer-grade drones to show up over all manner of US military bases, even on US soil. According to the North American Aerospace Command, or NORAD, in late October 2022, American troops sighted about 250 drones over military bases in 2022, 202 in 2023, and 163 to that point in 2024. We'll also get to the reasons why those consumer-grade drones aren't taken down in just a moment, but for now, suffice it to say that they're a problem that the US military is already familiar with.
Was programmed into the autopilot of that aircraft. That's not done by some guy grabbing a hold to the flight stick going, hey, let's make a left here. Oh, let's loop across. Let's loop across. Let's loop across. All right, let's leave. No, folks, that is not a search pattern. Correct. That is way too precise to be pulled off by hand. That was entirely done by GPS. So don't believe the lies, folks. I've heard lie after lie after lie after lie over the last 2 weeks, ever since this whole thing got kicked off. So, not a search pattern. I've been tracking airplanes, using flight radar, so on and so forth, for a decade. I've been programming autonomous flight systems since August of 1997. I was crashing planes using autonomous flight systems before people even knew there were autonomous flight systems. My laboratory was one of the first laboratories in the world to fly a plane or any type of UAV with GPS. We were flying with GPS when there weren't but 7 GPS satellites in the fucking sky. That's why we crashed them. We didn't have enough to get good navigation. So you guys can look it up. But I'm here to tell you, they did look for this with drones. There are drones that search for radioactive material, and those drones are scattered all over the United States. So you can go look at the past things I've posted. You can get on the internet. And I implore you to get on the internet. I implore you to research some of the papers from some of the laboratories on the use of drones for nuclear detection. I implore you to find some of the agencies that have some of these drones. And then when you find the agencies, you're going to find out that, gee, those agencies weren't asked if they were looking for the radioactive material. Were they? No, they were not. And oh, by the way, if you lost this radioactive material and it took you 10 days to get the radioactive material back, where'd you find it? And it all goes back to, well, that's classified. Really? It's classified where you found it? Or it's classified at you haven't found it. Or it's classified who had it when you found it. Or it's classified what they were going to do with it. And the reason they're looking over our bases, they're not looking for the radioactive material over the bases. China has been doing surveillance on the United States and our allies for years. It's about to hit the fan, folks, in a big way. We're trying to warn you. We're trying to show you. I'm trying to share the information of what's going on in Europe, what's going on in Russia, what's going on in the Baltics, what's going on in Ukraine, what's going on next to Poland. I'm trying to share the truth with you in every way that I can. It's a clusterfuck, folks. And again, they're not telling us the truth.
Every single Republican in office right now, if you vote yes on that CR bill, your ass is grass. Oh yeah, we will vote you out the next election. Play with us if you want to. Try us. Play with us. Play with us if you want to. I triple double dare you to play with us if you want to. You better vote no. You better vote no. Try us. Go ahead and do it. Vote yes if you want to. And you're going to see what's going to happen. You will never, ever, ever be in office again because we will vote you out and make sure you never return. Try us. 1,500 pages. Y'all ain't reading. Voting. I wish you would vote yes on a 1,500-page bill that you know good and well you didn't even read. Half of y'all don't even show up to work. So I know you're not reading no 1,500 pages. So you bet not vote yes on it. Because I know 10 times out of 10, you didn't even read the whole thing. Don't play with us. Now I know so far in this CR bill that Congress is supposed to get a $70,000 pay raise. Y'all don't need no damn raise. Half of y'all don't even show up to work. You don't need no raise. What you need to do is what's best for the American people and vote no on that CR bill. A pay raise. If you are in politics to make money, you need to step down. You need to step down, okay? We didn't put y'all in office to make money, to get pay raises. We put y'all in office to do what is best for the American people. So if you in there just to get paid, we voting your ass out come the next election. Play with us if you want. Play with us. Go ahead and do it. Play with us.
Okay, so we printed off the CR that dropped last night and the last CR that Congress did. And wouldn't you know, the CR that was done in September went from September 26th to December 20th, 85 days for this CR. It's 21 pages. Now we have the next CR that we're going to be voting on in the next day or two. It is 1,547 pages. And wouldn't you know, it lasts for a shorter period of time, 84 days instead of 85 days. I'm not a mathematician, but this does not add up. So we're going through the bill. The first 14 pages currently are just a table of contents. Page 15 is where technically the CR portion of the bill is. It's 9 pages long. And then everything after the 9 pages for the CR is just noise and has nothing to do with keeping the government open. So for example, there are 500 plus pages related to healthcare policy, which doesn't have anything to do with keeping the government open. There's $100 billion of disaster relief in here, which is desperately needed, by the way, but should be its own standalone bill. But this is what Congress does to hold members hostage who need disaster relief for their districts, their states after the hurricanes. It's wrong to hold people hostage over something that's desperately needed, and we have funding for it for all this other junk that's in here. And so we're going through the bill. We will detail it for you. So follow us and online and pay attention. We'll be posting information throughout the day about this massive bill wasting your tax dollars. Okay.
Doing a quick update here before the local press tries to spin this. So the current rendition of the CR is actually being pulled from the floor. It's not even going to be coming to the floor for a vote because it was so bad and there was so much backlash, not just in Pinellas County, but across the country against it. So I just want to assure you that we will be getting the funding for FEMA. We will be getting the funding for Pinellas County Tree Nourishment and also SBA, but it's going to be coming in a different bill. And also to reassure you, we have a great working relationship with President Trump and this incoming administration. So have no fear. We will be providing all of the services to Pinellas County. If you still need help with FEMA, we'd be happy to assist that, as well as any other member of Congress in regards to reopening your claims. But the current, again, rendition of this CR was terrible. It's going to be rewritten and we will be getting that funding for you guys.
But overall, with the CR, as our leader just noted, we have broken the Christmas omni. And I have no intention of going back to that terrible tradition. So there won't be a Christmas omnibus. As somebody asked me in the hallway a little while ago, will there be many buses? We don't want any buses. We're not going to do any buses, okay?
And we got to get through this. So look, everybody understands the necessity. It is not palatable. This is the sausage-making part of legislation that nobody likes, but we're governing, and we'll pick it up in January and start a brand new day for America.
But overall, with the
Speaking of governing, this is gruesome Newsom. You're not going to believe this, but this man wants to ban every every gasoline-powered car in California.
These companies are already going in this direction. They're just trying to fight. I mean, they're going to have to put a cap
clean, not just dirty, in order to roll back these things. It's all changing, and they either should get on board or step aside. And I'm so done with these folks that are just, again, wholly owned subsidiaries of big oil that have polluted this planet and have created the conditions of extremes. I'm done with it. I'm sick and tired of being dependent on decisions made at OPEC and I'm sick of it. We're all sick of paying these high prices. We're sick and tired of this, the politics of this, and we should be drill baby. I'm sick of it. I mean, we can get rid of all that. We're done. Lower costs, more innovation, more economic growth, and cleaning our air, cleaning up the environment, saving people's lives. I mean, you can debate that all you want. I hope he does do that in a few years. They'll be laughed at.
We will be the first jurisdiction in the world to require all new cars to be sold to be alternative fuel cars. And here's why it's significant. Besides being a game changer in terms of our climate and our energy leadership, it's a game changer in another respect, that the car manufacturers themselves are celebrating and embracing it, including Toyota today, not just Ford and GM.
I'll repeat that, 7x more jobs in this sector. It's one of the reasons guys like Elon Musk and others have become so damn successful. It's because we've set price signals, we've created markets, we've created opportunities for investment. We're the #1 manufacturer in the state for a reason. We continue to be the envy of the world in these policies.
Now, folks, I want to talk to you about Tucker Carlson. I call him that stupid fucker Tucker. And the reason I do that is because, well, he is. He was quoted on a broadcast the other day, and I just tried to find it. He said that Assad was nothing more than a doctor. A doctor is what he said.
Here's my take. The collapse of the Assad regime in Syria should be a reminder of a general truth that often gets obscured in the blizzard of conflicting and contradictory news that absorbs us day to day. The West's adversaries are often weaker than we think. Recall how for decades the US overestimated the strength of the Soviet economy and armed forces, the surety with which it claimed that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and the frequent scares around Islamic militant groups like Al-Qaeda and more recently Hezbollah. And yet, over time, what often becomes apparent is that these governments and groups are repressive, corrupt, and dysfunctional, not attributes that help them thrive in the modern world.
Sorry, guys, I was trying to find this link here I knew I had posted of that stupid fucker Tucker. We're getting to him next.
Assad's fall points to a direct lesson: Russia's growing weakness. Moscow has been Syria's patron for over half a century. Syria was Russia's last major client state in the Middle East. Moscow had spent huge amounts of blood and treasure supporting Assad over the last decade. To lose that position is to become what Barack Obama dismissively called Russia, a regional power. In fact, even in its own region, Russia's relations have deteriorated with Armenia, a longtime ally that Russia failed to defend from Azerbaijani aggression as it was bogged down in Ukraine. Russian forces in Africa are also increasingly facing pressures from a variety of militant groups. Putin's Russia now resembles the Soviet Union in the 1970s. While it is still assertive and interventionist abroad, its economy at home is increasingly weak and distorted by its conversion into a wartime operation. But just as the external expansionism and internal mobilization could not mask Soviet decay forever, so today Putin's bravado should not scare us. Think about it. If Russia were winning in Ukraine, would he threaten to use nuclear weapons? Two scholars, Mark DeVore and Alexander Mertens, note in Foreign Policy that Russia is losing around 320 tank and artillery cannon barrels a month and producing only 20. Citing open sources, they note that Russia has lost almost 5,000 infantry fighting vehicles since invading Ukraine. Russian defense contractors can only make around 200 a year. Its labor shortages are acute in virtually every sector, something even Putin has acknowledged. In the military, the starkest sign is that the Russian army has had to invite North Korea to send in troops to help it out. Noel Foster of the Naval War College writes that Moscow's desperation can be seen in the rising salaries and bonuses it has to offer to new recruits. As of July 2024, recruits from Moscow received a $21,000 enlistment bonus and wages amounting in total to just under $60,000 in their first year of service, effectively earning more per month than privates enlisting in the US Army at the same time. Keep in mind that average Russian income is roughly 1/5 that of America's. All these weaknesses are obscured for now by a massive wartime transformation of the Russian economy. Defense spending is projected to be about 40% of the Russian federal budget next year. In addition, another 30% will be spent on various national security and classified matters. Inflation is now around 9%. Perhaps most telling, its main sources of revenue are under severe pressure. Gazprom, the natural gas giant that in 2022 provided about $40 billion to Russian state coffers, announced a $6.9 billion loss in 2023, its first in more than 20 years. Now is not the time to ease up on the pressure on Russia. In fact, in an essay in Foreign Affairs, Theodore Bunzel and Elena Rybakova point out that there are many ways to tighten the economic screws going forward. In a social media post after Assad's fall, Donald Trump said that Russia was in a weakened state because of Ukraine and a bad economy, noting that 600,000 Russian soldiers lay wounded or dead in a war that should never have started. That is exactly right. He also wrote that it was time for Putin to act, implying that the problem with getting a ceasefire or peace deal is Russia, not Ukraine. This is a refreshing shift from what had seemed in the past his tendency to blame Ukraine for getting invaded. In that post, Trump also said that he knew Vladimir well. Then he surely knows that on this issue, the chief challenge that he will face once back in the White House is getting Vladimir to abandon his dream of reconstructing Russia's Tsarist empire. Putin has pursued that vision since his first days in office, launching a savage war in Chechnya soon after coming to power, invading Georgia in 2008, annexing Crimea in 2014, and attempting to conquer all of Ukraine in 2022. If Trump can convince Vladimir, his friend, of that, he will be able to do what he has always said was his goal: end the war in Ukraine.
Stop the war, you asked the question of, if they're in a weakened state, meaning Russia, why do they have so much artillery? They don't. Russia is out of artillery shells. They're getting artillery shells from North Korea because they're out of artillery shells. They're getting soldiers from North Korea because they're out of soldiers. They're getting drones from Iran because, well, they're out of drones. And they're getting explosives and explosive materials along with ATVs and vehicles from China because they're out of explosives. They're out of ATVs. They're out of armored personnel carriers. They're bringing in troops from Africa, troops from the Middle East, troops from Asia, troops from South America. They've even taken people from Cuba. Russia is buying back used military equipment from foreign militaries. Russia is so much on the ropes, they are sending T-54s into combat. T-54s were produced in the Korean War. Now, what they're hidden near the Baltics are fighter planes, bombers, attack aircraft, some trucks and some amphibious things they're not using in the Ukrainian war. So Russia hasn't been flying a lot of aircraft into Ukraine because they get shot down. They haven't been flying a lot of helicopters into Ukraine because ever since I was there in 2015, we were shooting them down. So the things that they haven't used are what they are moving towards the Baltics. And we're showing you those things. But the armored personnel carriers, the tanks, those things are being moved to the Baltics. The mobile missile launchers are being moved towards the Baltics. You have to look at it this way. Russia did not want this war to look like it was Russia fighting it. So Russia can't take fighter jets into Ukraine that only Russia has. Russia can't take helicopters into Ukraine that only Russia has. They got caught shooting down the airliner flying over Ukraine, and that brought an end to moving the missile launchers into Ukraine. Now, this is what I wanted to show you from no other than that stupid fucker Tucker.
What I didn't understand and still don't understand is why we're all required to hate Assad. I'm not just speaking for myself. I don't have strong feelings about Assad one way or the other. Apparently, he's protected the Christians, so I'm grateful for that.
No, he slaughtered the Christians, you dumbass.
As a Christian, but why am I required to hate Assad? Tulsi Gabbard went and met with Assad. She's been attacked ever since. Is anyone ever explained why Americans should hate Assad?
Because every regime change operation we ever do, we have to make sure that the opponent is the worst villain since Hitler or Hitler reincarnate.
And that guy that was just talking there, he's a fucking shill. If you want to know why you should hate Assad, maybe you should listen to this.
In the towns of Qutaifa and Najah near Damascus, chilling evidence is coming to light. Mass graves, stretching deep into the soil, point to what a top war crimes prosecutor calls state-run organized killings on a scale not seen since the Nazi regime.
We've documented this crime occurred. We documented from satellite imagery and from witness testimony that the bodies were buried in trenches here at this particular cemetery. But to see it now, one, I think, gives us great reassurance and really corroborates what we know about the machinery of death that was maintained and operated by the Assad regime, certainly throughout the period of the uprising since 2011.
Stephen Rapp's investigation points to a network of secret police, interrogators, and drivers who moved bodies in refrigerated trucks to grave sites. Witnesses describe long trenches filled with victims of torture, starvation, and execution.
When I first came here in 2017, trucks would unload bodies into these graves. Security forces ensured no one came close. If you did, you went down with them.
Satellite imagery shows large-scale digging in Qutaifa between 2012 and 2014, continuing until 2022. The Najah cemetery, initially used for burials, reached capacity before mass graves were shifted to Qutaifa.
This area here, every day, 20, 30, 25 people died. At night, you would hear shooting in that building. Every shot fired killed a person. They collected them all here and burned them.
The International Commission on Missing Persons says it has identified 66 potential mass grave sites in Syria and received reports of over 157,000 missing individuals. Activists and researchers warn that without international oversight, evidence could be lost or tampered with. What happened in Tafalman here is just one of many others that are being found across the country, and so it is really urgent
said this a couple of times. I think it's very important for many out there to pack and leave. All right, guys, before I start, let's go with the verse of the day. We're going to start with the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 18 through 20. It says here, but in fact, God has arranged the parts of the body, every one of them, just as He wanted them to be. If they were all one part, what would the body be? As it is, there are many parts, but one body. 1 Corinthians 12, 18 through 20. Let's go with the today's verse. God bless to every single one of you. So it says here, the Apostle Paul reminds us that God assigns our roles in the body of Christ. So principle interact with God's choice. Number one, first, be faithful in what God has given us to do. Until we are faithful in little things, He will not entrust us with big ones. Luke 16:10, 13. Number two, if we don't use what He has given us, it will be taken away from us. Matthew 25:14-30. Sinful and responsible behavior can create consequences that limit the effectiveness of God's service, ministry, and use of our gifts, raises acceptance. Bottom line, let's be faithful to what God has given us. Let's serve Him, given new opportunities, using the gifts He has blessed us with, the opportunities He places before us. Let's honor Him with our choices so that Satan cannot use our failure to interfere with our service to others and our faithfulness to the Lord. Here's a prayer. Dear Father, in heaven and earth, please help me see the opportunities to serve in your kingdom using the gifts you have given me. Please grow my effectiveness in your service so that I can bring you glory and bless others. In Jesus' name, I thank you and pray this. Amen. For those of you who want to send us letters, prayer requests, you can send it to me, Louis Santiago, or my wife, Jessica Santiago, at 3432 U.S. Highway 19, number 2, Holiday, Florida, 34691. Remember, guys, our body's a temple. We give thanks to the Lord for every day waking up, new life, sun rising, and another day to be with our friends, family, and loved ones. And I can use that gift to help many other people. We all have a purpose in life. We all have that special gift. One of my gifts is as a watchman, sharing world events that's related to Bible prophecy. And I love being a watchman. And soil. There's a possibility if something was to go down, it would be right where Toronto has his golf course. All that type of stuff. So it draws parallels between the fall flap and 2023's Bible when a red dragon craft was spotted in Sleepy Giant airspace, highlighting the supposed failure of the federal regime to safeguard the Sleeping Giant people in both cases. Chang believes that the red dragon leadership is now poised to initiate a biblical war against the Sleeping Giant, reports the Express US. Remember, guys, last week Donald invited the leader of the red dragon to the inauguration. Just keep your eyes open on all these signs that's going around, all these stuff going around us. Again, Jesus said, "War to us, it will be nation against nations, and kingdom against kingdom." So keep your eyes open, focus on Christ, and use that special gift we have to share the gospel and to lead many towards the righteous path. And that's the path of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Jesus is here, He assisted at this point. We really need the leader of this Sleeping Giant to actually address the Sleeping Giant people and tell us what the federal regime knows and what it doesn't know. Here's the thing. If they tell the Sleeping Giant people, there will be a huge panic. That's the reason why they haven't said anything yet. Now, I don't know if you guys have watched the movie Armageddon. I know a lot of people watched the movie back in the 90s. Well, at least you have again Ben Affleck, all the great actors. Again, those people were chosen to be sent into a rocket ship and land on an asteroid and drill deep into the asteroid and put a nuclear device or whatever in it, because it was an asteroid heading towards Earth. So their job was to drill this monster asteroid with a nuclear in there, and boom, so that way it could just obliterate and not hit our planet. Well, there's a scene in that movie where NASA, one of the chief of NASA, and then you have Bruce Willis talking and stuff, saying, you know, again, out of all these people, six or 7 billion people in the world, you call me. NASA's like, I heard you're the best. You and your crew are the best. You're the only people that knows how to do the job. We trust you. You go into this rocket ship and we send you to this asteroid. You drill, you put a nuke in there, and then you leave. It's like, how come you haven't told the people? It's news yet. NASA's like, we tell the people there's an asteroid coming, it'll be world chaos. The economy will collapse. People will go nuts. We're not going to say anything yet. We need to figure out this plan first. So I believe what's going on is drill stuff. They don't want to say anything number one, if you're not right with Christ, now is the time you need to repent. You need to accept Jesus as Lord and Savior, receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. Now, I'm not trying to spook no one, but the Bible said we must sound the alarm. We must sound the alarm. Watch. Many of us need to sound the alarm. We're not trying to spook no one, but the Bible says we need to let the world know. And, disciples out there spreading the gospel. You have pastors, you have missionaries, you have everybody. They get work together. So our job is for many, hey, we prepare ourselves spiritually for Christ. So we have to live the words. That's very important here, right there. All right, so I assume it's those two red dots. And I did post a video last night. Robin's Island. He has some very, very important information came out. Black Hawk helicopters were patrolling that Robin's Island in New York. So it says here the aftermath of a dirty, there you go, BOMB, the sleeping giant launch, the nation into warning. Now, if that happens, boy oh boy, not only the dollar will be taking the spotlight. What's going to happen is, let's say something goes wrong in the United Nations, right? Then it seems like Joey could activate Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, that means that he will continue being constantly doing that. The dollar is going to have to wait. So again, just want to let you guys know that if something does hit the fan before 20 January, something goes wrong, then Joey could activate Russia and whatever we want on the bear. They're going to blame the bear for it. Alright, so once again, it says here the detonation of a very, very powerful event. The sleeping giant soul will not only cause but at least for some time inability of God to take care of people. So people need to be able to have enough water. They need some, I'm gonna skip that name there, guys, pills. That's a very, very important one there. That's to protect you against radiation. Now, it says here, this is not a conversation that the sleeping giant people have had for a very, very long time. Now, guys, earlier this year, there was a public service announcement in the Big Apple. There was a public service announcement, and they had like flyers and posters and stuff like that in the subway, train station, even the bus, transit bus, how to prepare worst case scenario nuclear events. Furthermore, he suggested that WW3 may have already, in a sense, started. We have a bear that is waging biblical war with a red dragon that walks. about things that we cannot talk about in the platform. Also, I posted videos today. Those links will be in the comments box. Thank you so much.